help energize the industry. You know, there's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
I enjoyed the interactions. I'm particularly excited to see a lot of women participating. I enjoyed the Women in Energy event and just hearing the women share their stories and expertise. I think we need to have more of those conversations and particularly bring the younger people into the room. We want to see the younger girls sitting down in those rooms as well, listening to these conversations and being inspired to do greater things.
I mean, I give kudos to the organizers. That's the first thing I'll say. I mean, as an institute, I think they deserve an award in this space, clearly. You know, after all the events they've done, the kind of conversation we have, the kind of stakeholders they gather, I think it's incredible. I just think, I mean, they should continue, and we need them in ensuring Nigeria achieves that, you know, transition and that sustainability. Right? So kudos for me, it's a job well done to the organizers for this.
Nigerians need to get educated, first of all. Every Nigerian has the responsibility of educating themselves on energy in the country. You know, we have over, according to the statistics, over 200 million people, but we have what I call energy poverty. You know, we don't have enough to go around to the people. So people need to get educated so that when they're talking to their constituents, to the politicians that represent them, they can insist that these politicians help to create and drive policies that will make doing business in Nigeria easier. They should also insist on policies that would help energize the industry. You know, there's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
I enjoyed the interactions. I'm particularly excited to see a lot of women participating. I enjoyed the Women in Energy event and just hearing the women share their stories and expertise. I think we need to have more of those conversations and particularly bring the younger people into the room. We want to see the younger girls sitting down in those rooms as well, listening to these conversations and being inspired to do greater things.
I give kudos to the organizers. That's the first thing I'll say. I mean, as an institute, I think they deserve an award in this space, clearly. You know, after all the events they've done, the kind of conversation we have, the kind of stakeholders they gather, I think it's incredible. I just think, I mean, they should continue, and we need them in ensuring Nigeria achieves that, you know, transition and that sustainability, right? So kudos for me, it's a job well done to the organizers of this conference.
Well, I think Nigerians need to get educated, first of all. Every Nigerian has the responsibility of educating themselves on energy in the country. You know, we have over, according to the statistics, over 200 million people, but we have what I call energy poverty. You know, we don't have enough to go around to the people. So people need to get educated so that when they're talking to their constituents, to the politicians that represent them, they can insist that these politicians help to create and drive policies that will make doing business in Nigeria easier. They should also insist on policies that would help energize the industry. You know, there's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
I enjoyed the interactions. I'm particularly excited to see a lot of women participating. I enjoyed the Women in Energy event and just hearing the women share their stories and expertise. I think we need to have more of those conversations and particularly bring the younger people into the room. We want to see the younger girls sitting down in those rooms as well, listening to these conversations and being inspired to do greater things.
I give kudos to the organizers. That's the first thing I'll say. I mean, as an institute, I think they deserve an award in this space, clearly. After all the events they've done, the kind of conversation we have, the kind of stakeholders they gather, I think it's incredible. I'll just say, they should continue, and we need them in ensuring Nigeria achieves that transition and that sustainability. Right? Kudos for me is a job well done to the.
My video is on and I'm speaking. Okay, and is the video good as well?
Okay, first of all, every Nigerian has the responsibility of educating themselves on energy in the country. We have according to the statistics, over 200 million people, but we have what I call energy poverty. We don't have enough to go around to the people. So people need to get educated so that when they're talking to their constituents, to the politicians that represent them, they can insist that these politicians help to create and drive policies that will make doing business in Nigeria easier. They should also insist on policies that would help energize the industry. There's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
I enjoyed the interactions. I'm particularly excited to see a lot of women participating. I enjoyed the Women in Energy event and just hearing the women share their stories and expertise. I think we need to have more of those conversations and particularly bring the younger people into the room. We want to see the younger girls sitting down in those rooms as well, listening to these conversations and being inspired to do greater things.
I give kudos to the organizers. That's the first thing I'll say. As an institute, I think they deserve an award in this space, clearly. After all the events they've done, the kind of conversation we have, the kind of stakeholders they gather, I think it's incredible. I'll just say, they should continue, and we need them in ensuring Nigeria achieves that transition and that sustainability. Right? So kudos for me is a job well done to the organizers of this conference.
Well, I think Nigerians need to get educated, first of all. Every Nigerian has the responsibility of educating themselves on energy in the country. We have according to the statistics, over 200 million people, but we have what I call energy poverty. We don't have enough to go around to the people. So people need to get educated so that when they're talking to their constituents, to the politicians that represent them, they can insist that these politicians help to create and drive policies that will make doing business in Nigeria easier. They should also insist on policies that would help energize the industry. There's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
I enjoy the interactions. I'm particularly excited to see a lot of women participating. I enjoyed the Women in Energy event and just hearing the women share their stories and expertise. I think we need to have more of those conversations and particularly bring the younger people into the room. We want to see the younger girls sitting down in those rooms as well, listening to these conversations and being inspired to do greater things.
I give kudos to the organizers. That's the first thing I'll say. I mean, as institute, I think they deserve an award in this space, clearly. After all the events they've done, the kind of conversation we have, the kind of stakeholders they gather, I think it's incredible. I just think, they should continue, and we need them in ensuring Nigeria achieves that, transition and that sustainability, right? So kudos for me. It's a job well done to the organizers of this conference.
Well, I think Nigerians need to get educated, first of all. Every Nigerian has the responsibility of educating themselves on energy in the country. We have according to the statistics, over 200 million people, but we have what I call energy poverty. We don't have enough to go around to the people. So people need to get educated so that when they're talking to their constituents, to the politicians that represent them, they can insist that these politicians help to create and drive policies that will make doing business in Nigeria easier. They should also insist on policies that would help energize the industry. There's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
I enjoy the interactions. I'm particularly excited to see a lot of women participating. I enjoyed the Women in Energy event and just hearing the women share their stories and expertise. I think we need to have more of those conversations and particularly bring the younger people into the room. We want to see the younger girls sitting down in those rooms as well, listening to these conversations and being inspired to do greater things.
I give kudos to the organizers. That's the first thing I'll say. As an institute, I think they deserve an award in this space, clearly. After all the events they've done, the kind of conversation we have, the kind of stakeholders they gather, I think it's incredible. I just think, they should continue, and we need them in ensuring Nigeria achieves that, transition and that sustainability, right? So kudos for me. It's a job well done to the organizers of this conference.
Well, I think Nigerians need to get educated, first of all. Every Nigerian has the responsibility of educating themselves on energy in the country. We have according to the statistics, over 200 million people, but we have what I call energy poverty. We don't have enough to go around to the people. So people need to get educated so that when they're talking to their constituents, to the politicians that represent them, they can insist that these politicians help to create and drive policies that will make doing business in Nigeria easier. They should also insist on policies that would help energize the industry. There's a lot we can do in this country. And our youth population is growing, but the jobs are not growing. And the only way we can help drive these jobs is by making sure that we have an enabling environment for small industries to grow.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
All right, guys.
I think it's 10:04 right now. Starting a little late.
See, this one is
I've been asked by our chair to please give more people to come online, give some more time. And hopefully in the next 5 minutes, we should kick off and start. Good news is all our speakers are here.
Focus this camera. Is this the black
And
magic?
so is our fantastic conference.
Okay, let's focus down. Put down with them.
I'm not going to introduce
This
you
is-
yet. I was just told to come on to tell
open the
everyone that we're
iris.
about to start. For online people, go and get your teas and coffees. You are going to be engaged for the next couple of hours. And for our physical guests, thank you very much for coming. We're going to start in 5 minutes.
Yeah, go back, go back, go back. Banner, banner, banner. Open, open, open. Wisdom, where are you? Open playback.
Hello again, everyone. So we've decided to go ahead and start now. Thank you all for joining today. For those of you that don't know who I am, my name is Yewande Abiose. I'm with the Energy Institute, and I'm the head strategic partnerships for EI in the UK. I'd like to start off by I realized that we haven't really spoken about membership of the Energy Institute, and this is really important to us. I think first things first, if you're to ask what's the benefit of joining the Energy Institute, there's one blatant one, and that is being able to come to events like this, being able to network and meet your counterparts, meet other people within the sector, have conversations, close deals, hopefully. That's very important, networking. Another benefit is that we run training programs. We do oil and gas trainings, risk management trainings. We do human factor training. So if you'd like to learn more about this, please go on our websites. There's lots of information about training programs we run. We also do bespoke trainings. So if there's any particular area that you would like for us to focus on, we're able to develop a program for you and your organization. So really, it's just an opportunity for you to showcase who you are. That is really what we do at the Energy Institute. We promote best practice within the sector. Oil and gas, power, renewables. So I invite you all physically, virtually, to join our membership today. It's very easy, very simple. We offer other charterships such as Chartered Petroleum Engineer. We also offer Chartered Engineer, Incorporated Engineer, Engineering Technician. Moving away from engineering, there's also Energy Managers. We also do Chartered Scientists. It's really up to you. Get on the website, see what suits your professional career best. And I'm also around all day today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer. We also have a lot of content online. So if you need information and knowledge about energy, you can easily go online and get access to this information. That's if you are a member. So moving on swiftly to today. I'd like to introduce our conference chair for today. Her name is Ifeoma Fini. She's the Senior Vice President at FBN Quest. Ife is a family friend. When I say family friend, I mean Energy Institute family friend. She's been very supportive, always confirming to be a speaker, a moderator. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ifeoma Fini.
Thank you very much, Yewande. Good morning, everyone. Morning. It's an energy conference. I'm going to bring energy into the room. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so my name is Ifeoma Fini. Welcome to day 2 of the Energy Sustainability Conference hosted by the Energy Institute Nigeria. I'll just give a bit about my background. So Yewande has already mentioned, I work in finance. I currently manage the oil, gas, and infrastructure desk within the debt solutions team at FBN Quest Merchant Bank, so investment banking. So I've been doing that for the past 10 years now, and prior to that, I was in commercial banking. So I'm not removed from this industry. I'm very much in this industry, and I've been fortunate to work with both private sector and public sector players in my work. I'm happy that COP27 is going on at this time, and looking to see the results from the conversations there and how Africa can really take charge of its own energy transition narrative. Just to announce, before we move into the sessions for today, there will be a fire drill in one of the buildings, Huawei building, by 11:30. So please do not panic if you hear a fire alarm around this time. However, if you do hear a fire alarm any other time, there are fire exits, so please make your way to the doors. So that will be at 11:30, so there will be a fire alarm. Okay, and just moving into today. So yesterday, we know our theme is Africa, driving a sustainable energy future. And for those who didn't join us, the theme, we had a keynote on the theme. The conversations were around energy security, price volatility, and the role of gas, and we've touched on those issues. And those issues have highlighted a number of themes which we will delve deeper in today. So we'll be focusing on law, technology, the power of renewables, gender parity, which are all critical parts of this important conversation in the energy transition discussions. So going into our first session for today, I am very happy to introduce someone I know well. Yes, I call him, he's a celebrity in the space. If you don't, yes, I would say that. So if you hear PIB, I would call him the PIB man. His name is Mr. Adeoye Adefulu. He's the managing partner of Odujiri and Adefulu. He has significant experience in this space. And I will just introduce him to take us through the session, the role of law and policy in charting a course for a sustainable energy future. A round of applause for Mr. Adefulu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here. I've heard myself called many things, but being called a celebrity is new. So I'm going to put that in my records. My colleague is over there. I hope you are taking notes for the office. Thank you. It is a pleasure to be here. And thank you very much to the Energy Institute for inviting us to the Energy Sustainability Conference. I will be joined today by 3 panelists appearing both in person and virtually. Let me start by introducing my first panelist, Mrs. Tomi Akpene. Mrs. Tomi Akpene is General Counsel of Owando. I think you can stop showing my face. Thank you. Mrs. Tomi Akpene is General Counsel of Owando, and I don't think Owando needs any introduction at this event. So please, Mrs. Akpene, thank you for joining us. Appearing virtually is my colleague, founding partner of Oak Legal, Mr. Shola Arifayo. I hope we can all see Shola. Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Shola Arifayo is a founding partner of Oak Legal. Is my competitor, but I have to say there are very few better lawyers than Shola in the energy space. So please welcome Shola Arifayo. Thank you very much. And joining me on stage is Miss, and so I'm going to say her name, but I have to go back over and over again to remember the name. And the reason I do that is because I know her something else in another space. And that's how her name is saved on my phone. But it is Miss Chine Nwosu. Miss Chine Nwosu is an experienced business development manager working for one of the major companies operating in Nigeria. And we will be tapping into her experience on renewable energy, etc. So thank you very much. And thank you to the panelists. I'm just going to join them on stage now. Excellent. So can we all quickly do a mic check? Just make sure that it's all working. Yeah. Thank you, Tomi.
Hello.
Thank you. And Shola?
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. Thank you. Excellent. Okay. Okay. Very good. So Today, we are supposed to be talking about the role of law and policy in helping to build a sustainable energy future. I was here yesterday when we had all the keynote speakers talk about sustainable energy and what sustainable energy is going to look like. So essentially, what we will be talking about is we'll be examining the questions around does sustainable energy mean the same thing for us in Africa as it does for people in the UK, in the US, and other parts of the developed world. We're going to be examining what the policies around sustainable energy are and what they should be in Nigeria in particular. And we'll also be looking at some of the laws that have recently been published that touch on energy matters and potentially what their impact could be on sustainable energy. So that's really the course of the conversation. I hope that the conversation will be interactive. And so I welcome comments from the floor as we go on. So thank you. Let me start with you, Shola. Shola, we've spoken about this before, and I know you have a very strong view on sustainable energy. I was speaking at, I think it was at Tommy's legal symposium, and there is a definition of sustainable energy. And at the recent COP conference, I know that one of the main debates has been, what does that mean for Africa? And I'd like you, Shola, to start with that perspective. Sustainable energy, what is it? And does it mean the same thing for us in Nigeria as it does in the UK, etc.? Over to you, Shola.
Thank you very much, Joey. And it's good to know that you're a celebrity. So I think, of course, the first thing to do will be to try and knock down on what the definition of sustainable.
Shola, please hold on 1 second. Can we work with the sound, please? Can we increase the level of the sound? Are you ready? Okay, Shola, please go.
Okay, is the sound fine now?
It's better.
Okay, so I was saying that probably the first thing to do will be to nail down what we mean by sustainable with reference to energy, right? And I think the common, or should I say, the definition I like the most is the one that says is the energy derived from resources that help society to maintain current production without compromising the ability of future generations, so to speak, from their ability to, one, meet their own energy needs, and two, endangering the climate, right? So really, what's then happened over time is what I call a conflation, probably science-driven, of sustainable and renewable in the context of energy. For renewable energy, particularly hydro, solar, wind, tend to be friendly on the environment, and biomass, which is the fourth renewable pocket, the fourth main, I'll say, renewable energy pocket. Yes, it does have climate change issues, but generally it's easily renewable. And so one of the things that I think we've all seen over the past, I'd say 10 or so years, maybe with greater speed over the past 5, is a move away from fossil fuels. Back in the days, it used to be, oh, once we left coal, you had gas, it was a cleaner fuel. But these days, even gas is looked at with some suspicion, right, given its climate impact. And so the question, right, that often arises is, what can we in Nigeria, let me be particular, and say generally Africa, afford to treat something as, should I say, something like, and treat gas, right, as a dirty fuel to be abandoned. I think it will be a tough place to be. I don't see how that works. I know that in setting up its its climate change goals, right, Nigeria has consistently advanced to the UNFCCC that, look, we cannot, we've got to treat gas as a transition fuel for Nigeria. And I think it means the same, it should be the same for every one of us in Africa, right? Energy poverty is a real thing, per capita, or even just generally, where we're way behind the rest of the world in terms of energy consumption. The way the way to put it a bit crassly is to say, look, let the guys that messed up with the environment go fix it. For context, Nigeria with 200 million people or thereabouts, we're generating 4,000 megawatts of power, half of which is from, well, maybe it's more than half from gas, about a third from hydro, right? And then for context, South Africa is doing 40, more than, well, approaching 50,000 megawatts now, mostly from coal. Same in the States, right? So for me, I do not think it's a fair measure, especially as we're doing all we can to grow our economy, to then say, look, sustainability is the same thing for us as it is in the more developed parts of the world. We're definitely, I don't see how in today's realities, we as Nigeria in particular, Africans generally, can look to the renewable sources to meet all our energy needs.
Thank you so much, Shola. And I think you made a lot of important points there. The first being, the classic definition of sustainability and sustainable energy being about resources that, utilization of energy or power sources that will not compromise the future generation. I think you also talked about potentially conflating, from your perspective, renewable energy and sustainable energy. And you emphasize the point around energy poverty, and I think all of us know, one statistic that rang in my head yesterday, but even before that, was over 90 million Nigerians do not have access to electricity at all. And so how do we move from a situation where we have 90 million people without access to electricity and bring them into the electricity pool without going to what we've classically relied on, i.e. the fossil fuels. So thanks, Shola, for that. And I'm going to come back to a few points on that, but let me throw to Chini. Chini, do you have tell me your perspective on this sustainable energy and Africa's position or Nigeria's position around sustainable energy as well. What's your perspective?
Glad you asked. First, I have to say that I am here in my personal capacity, so any of my comments, comments that I give here are not representative of my organization. They're mine alone. But I would like to extend Shola's, assessment of sustainable energy. He's quite right. It's all of the things he said. But sustainable, and he's right about us conflating sustainable and renewable energy. Sustainable energy really is, and this is irrespective now of the type of fuel, but if the fuel source is used in such a way that it is environmentally, socially, and governance conscious, and the use of that fuel takes care with regards to making sure that it has minimal impact on these three main things. Well, there are a couple of other things as well. There's a whole framework around how sustainable energy is assessed, but you could start with the ESG one. Then you could say that that energy is sustainable if you're able to extend the life cycle, for example, while mitigating potential environmental harm, social harm, you could say that energy is sustainable. And so when you think about it that way, and you think about the fact that there are a lot of conversations around the use of natural gas, in a way that is environmentally conscious and in a way that mitigates the effects on the environment, then you can classify natural gas as sustainable. And I think that this was recognized by the EU earlier this year when it passed they passed a resolution to adopt natural gas as a transition fuel, for at least the short term, next couple of decades. Now we'll come back to your question, I believe, about the impact on Nigeria and whether this is feasible or sustainable for Nigeria. I would say absolutely yes. Shola makes many valid points about energy issues. So the energy access issue that we have in Nigeria, and I took a look last night, I think the World Bank puts our population without, well, it's 55% who have access to electricity. That's another 45% who do not have access to electricity. Quick math brought us to about 92 million. These are 92 million people who are not currently connected to the grid. Now, it doesn't mean that they're not generating energy some other way. They are, and that is where you start to see things like fossil biofuels, the use of wood and charcoal, in order to generate some of the basic, heating they need for cooking, and things like that. But where policy comes into all of this is really, we needed to provide a cohesive direction for the generation of energy that people need. I found very interesting it's a concept called the minimum energy demand that was passed at the Kigali Communique in May this year. And if you look at the numbers, it's very interesting. So the average per capita consumption of Nigeria is about 145 kilowatt hours per person per annum. The minimum, in order to get to the sub-Saharan Africa per capita consumption, we would need to multiply the Nigeria per capita by 3 in order to get to the global lower middle income average consumption per capita. You need to multiply Nigeria's per capita consumption by 5. To get to the minimum energy demand, and here it's estimated at 1,000 kilowatt hours per person, per capita, you would need to multiply Nigeria's current per capita consumption by about 7. Just to get to that minimum energy demand. And all of this is very important, not just from a policy perspective, but really in terms of the economics. Are we growing as a country? I think I've hogged the mic enough, but these are some of my high-level thoughts on sustainable energy and what we should be doing with it, or where we could be going with it.
Well, thank you, Chini. Very enlightening. You've mentioned, probably the next part we're going to about cohesive direction in terms of policy, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. I like your 3 times 5 times 7 because it kind of gives me a perspective of what we're looking at. So, if we want to grow, we have to grow our energy consumption.
Yes.
The question is, how do we grow that energy consumption? And sustainable energy is, as long as we are ESG compliant, if we are reducing the environmental impacts, etc., we can then classify it as sustainable energy in some form, and that then applies to gas. So I'm going to come to you, Tomi, and talk about gas and the role of gas as a transition fuel. And I'm probably jumping ahead a little bit ahead of the schedule, but I think it's important to kind of introduce it at this stage. So one of the big important pieces of legislation that has come into fore in Nigeria is the Petroleum Industry Act, which was formally enacted last year. And, I would like you to talk to us a little bit about the role of what that bill, I spent years thinking about it as a bill, but it is an act now. What that act has in terms of, should I say, energy transition, sustainable energy, and perhaps, as Chini has pointed out, the role of gas as a transition fuel. Would you like to introduce that?
Thank you, Dee. And just to say thank you for the Energy Institute for inviting me and for Dee's referral. Thank you. So before I go on to that question, I actually just want to say a few things about what energy transition means for Africa and Nigeria as a whole.
Excellent.
My view is that, we have to, as Africa and as Nigeria, look at it from our perspective. It can't just be a copy and paste position that the world is taking. Coming down to your question, it's very good that the government has put gas as a transition fuel as part of our energy transition plan. And that's very important because, first of all, you need revenue to drive the energy transition plan. Now, that revenue is really going to come from your gas, because as we all know, Nigeria is the ninth largest in terms of gas reserves and the largest in Africa. So we have that resource to be able to drive this energy transition plan. We cannot ignore the fact that, Africa is kind of on the back foot in terms of industrialization and, business opportunities and capacity building. So gas as a transition fuel is really the resource to drive industrialization. Now, so setting a target for 2050 or 2060 of net zero complete decarbonization, I don't think is the way to go from an African and a Nigerian perspective. I think it has to be a hybrid, using gas as a transition fuel and also developing technologies and capacity in terms of renewables. So you have to look at it from both perspectives. And, gas is required, as I said, to fund revenues you get from gas production is going to be required to fund your energy transition plan. Now, coming to the PIA, as you asked, in terms of, gas, from the perspective that gas is a transition fuel for Nigeria, the PIA actually does quite a number of things in terms of gas. So as a general point, the PIA provides for governance and institutions in respect of gas. So, of course, the Commission and the authority are empowered to grant licenses and oversee both the upstream gas sector and the downstream and midstream gas sector. So that's one thing that the PIA does. And also, of course, NNPC Limited taking on all the gas assets from NNPC, the former NNPC. The PIA also provides a pricing framework for domestic gas delivery obligations. I mean, it codifies that for the strategic sector. So that is something that the PIA does. It also grandfathers the provisions to ensure that companies still under the Petroleum Act regime with their current OMLs still continue to enjoy, and are able to realize their investment. So the OMLs are still in place until you either convert or you renew your OML. So that the PIA codifies that. It also gives the option of an IJV structure in terms of JVs that are currently existing. It's not mandatory, but it allows companies to move from the JV structure into IJVs. So these are some of the things, and then of course we cannot forget the fiscal regime, the fiscals for gas production. PIS also codifies that, and there's some reduction in terms of how much royalty and tax from the previous regime. So those are some of the things that the PIA does. In terms of what the government is doing, because I think Shola mentioned energy poverty, which is very real. I mean, we're in Lagos, most of us use nice cooking, cooking gas, but the situation on ground in the country is such that a huge number of people are still dependent on biomass, firewood, and other sources of energy and dirty energy really for their cooking. So the government is putting in place a number of initiatives. For example, the LPG Energy Fund is about, I think, $50 million in collaboration with Afreximbank. There's the National Gas Expansion Program, which is trying to get clean LPG to rural areas. So those are some of the things some of the initiatives that government is doing to ensure that we are moving from traditional fossil fuels into more gas-based regimes.
Okay. I mean, thank you very much. I have to be honest, there is a lot in there. And at some point, I'm going to come back to probe into some of the provisions on the PIA around gas, etc. But I am grateful for taking us, I think, to sort of the next area of discussion, which is around the, sort of the key areas of policy and perhaps legislation as well that we should be looking for the government. So we've talked about sources, gas as a source, gas as an alternative source from what we're using now. And I thought I would invite Chineye to kind of talk a little bit more about the area of, so the main areas of energy use perhaps in Nigeria. We talk transportation, we've talked a little bit about electricity, and Tomi has talked about cooking. And I thought it would be worthwhile expanding on some of these projects, looking at where we are now in terms of utilization of, shall I say, not so clean fuels in the area of cooking, etc., and where we should be going, and maybe a little bit on government policy in that area.
All right, great. Good question. Let's see, where are we today? The energy transition plan, and I have to say this: the government has put a lot in place to centralize, to put natural gas as the focus of the energy development plan for the country, and you can see that in things like the Nigerian gas expansion plan that Tomi mentioned. You see that in the decade of gas that has been promoted by the Ministry of Petroleum and NNPC. You see that in the energy transition plan. You see that there are a lot of plans and policies. They're rolling out, rolling out of the national gas policy. There is a lot of engagement from the government end. So in terms of where we are today with regards to the key areas that need focus for energy utilization, the energy transition plan provides a great foundation for this. So currently, the plan is looking at a couple of key areas that have to do with power, transportation, cooking, industry, and oil and gas. And they correctly highlight that the three main sources, or the three largest sources of carbon emissions for the country, are in the areas of power, transportation, and cooking. And in addition to oil and gas and industry that have smaller percentages, these combined amount to 65% of Nigeria's carbon emissions. I would like to focus on three, with your permission. That would be power, it would be transportation, and cooking. With regards to power, I love that we already run most of our national power generation systems on gas. That's the truth. We have about 80% of our power that's generated from natural gas. That's a great start, but we still need more electricity to actually get to the final customer. And that is where there's a bit of a disconnect. The Honorable Commissioner of Energy for Lagos, the Honorable Commissioner of the Ministry of Energy for Lagos State, Olalere Odushote, mentioned at a conference, I think it was a different conference last week. He said that Lagos State receives 800 megawatts from the national grid, but has to survive on about 4,000 megawatts per day. That is a massive disconnect, and it's anyone's idea where the balance of 3,200 megawatts is coming from. You and I know every time we need to buy petrol to put in our generating sets or diesels, we know that that's where some of that energy is coming from, right? And so it's that disconnect we need to close, and close very quickly. The disconnect, where is it from? It's definitely not from a lack of resources. We have the gas in the ground. I'm sure, Tommy will have more perspectives on why that gas is not making it out of the ground sooner. But it's really infrastructure. It's really connecting those dots with infrastructure. And so it is the gas infrastructure that's needed to get gas to the plant. It's also the distribution infrastructure that's needed to deliver the electricity where it's needed to the quality it's required. And it's also a system that's self-sufficient, that pays its own bills, where we're able to eliminate the issue of legacy debts. And so if we can do that, I think that definitely we can see more and more regions and industrial hubs in Nigeria use electricity that is safer and cleaner, that is in line with the National Energy Transition Plan, which is to rely on gas for a couple of decades at least, until we're able to develop the technology that will enable us transit fully to renewable energy. Another interesting policy is the feed-in tariffs. This was in 2016 and 2015, 2016, and I believe the government mandated that not mandated, but there was a regulation really that the discos were to get about 50% of their electricity supply from renewable energy. Crickets. We're not even close.
Did you say 50%?
50%.
Interesting.
We're not even close, right? And it's not for lack of interest. There have been a lot of renewable energy projects going on. I suppose some of the difficulty has to do with scale. The sort of scale that will enable, a disco take that energy onto the grid, but there's also infrastructural problems, again, coming back to how do you even inject that power into a grid in a way that does not destabilize the existing grid infrastructure. It's a lot of work that needs to be done, so I'm very bullish about the Nigerian energy sector. Okay, so that's on power.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
No, please.
Yes, I'll be very brief with transportation. I apologize.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah, power, for example, utilizes about 60 to 70% of the gas that's delivered to domestic markets. Just power. On transportation, we also have a huge opportunity to convert much of our petrol and diesel-fired vehicles to gas. The Nigerian Gas Expansion Plan, they've already started projects and activities on this, but I believe that where we're going to find critical mass is if we're able to get that structure, that system to be self-sustaining such that the pricing works for the customer, the pricing works for those who need to set up retail stations across the country, and the pricing also works in terms of, whether it's importation of cars or conversion of cars from petrol and diesel fired systems to CNG or LNG or even LPG. And finally, on cooking, we have made a lot of progress in the last couple of years. I have to say this, we finally hit 1 million tons per annum. And this is interesting because about 10 years ago or so, we're doing roughly 200,000 metric tons per annum in the region of that, right? So we've made lots of progress. Unfortunately, it's not enough. So 1 million tons per annum of LPG only comes to 4.8 kilograms per capita per annum of LPG. And I find it's an African problem. So at the COP27, there was a session where the principal secretary of the Ministry of Energy in Kenya Mr. Andrew Kamau, he said that even though they've connected, the country, there's about 85%, sorry, yeah, it's over 70% of the country that's been connected to electricity. About 80% continue to use biomass for cooking. And so beyond the infrastructure that's required to get LPG to homes, as well as encourage the use of clean cook stoves, which the government is also putting a lot of energy into, there's also a lot of awareness that needs to happen. There's a lot of downscaling, I believe, that needs to happen because of the high cost of entry that prevents many low-income families from utilizing LPG. Yeah, so this is a short snippet, I think. And I'm sorry, I feel like I've taken most of time, but yes,
No. Thank you for that.
it just highlights how much work there is
That needs
to
to
do.
be done. Thank you for that run through and centralizing to a certain extent the discussion around the use of gas as an alternative fuel and using it more creatively in the power sector to meet the deficits, the use of transportation. And I'm going to double down on that perspective. But I'd like to bring Shola into this discussion. Shola, Mr. Electricity. So there are 2 or 3 things that I don't see in our discussions when we're talking about energy or electricity use in Nigeria. I don't see a lot of. And Chini talked a little bit about that. So I'd like you to talk about it from the perspective of existing legislation, regulations, or policy in this area. So first, the issue around feed-in tariffs. We have about 80-something% of fossil fuel, mostly gas, in Nigeria for power. Another 17% is on renewables, but mostly hydro. I think it's about 1% that is what was called alternative energy, solar, maybe wind. Shola, why has the feed-in tariff regime been spectacularly unsuccessful? I want you to talk about that. And is there a discussion about or should there be a discussion around energy efficiency? I know we talk about energy poverty, but why are we shutting down the conversation, or why is there no conversation? Or should there be a conversation around energy efficiency as well in Nigeria? So over to you, Shola.
Thank you, Jerry. And as Chini mentioned, right, in 2015, the Electricity Industry Regulator, NERC, did issue feed-in tariff regulations, right? Yes, those regulations did provide that by end of year 2020, MBET, that's the bulk buyer in the Nigerian power sector, and the DISCOs should buy 50% of its prescribed capacity limit for renewables injection, to be injected into the grid. That limit was set at 2,000 megawatts, right? For context, today, as was the case in 2015, the average grid consumption is about 4,000 megawatts, right? So yes, if you said 2,000 megawatts by end of year 2020, we should be doing 50% of renewables. That would be what the limit said. However, NEC projected in 2015 that today that the grid capacity will be about 20,000, I think. So they were aiming for 10% of 20,000 as it is. We didn't really grow the grid. I'm going to be generous and say that much. And so also the renewables program didn't grow like was envisaged for a variety of reasons. I think about the same time those regulations were being passed, there were about 14 or so grid-tied solar projects that were being developed, and there was quite a bit of excitement as to this is where we need to go to. But the liquidity problems, the payment problems that Chini alluded to, essentially meant that those projects didn't go ahead. The feed-in tariffs are one thing. Those were set in the context of a national energy master plan that had been adopted, I think just a few years before that. Also today, there's the Nigeria's nationally determined contributions to the UNFCCC that's talking about us getting quite a bit of power of renewables, including, say, I think the plan of grid, I must admit, is about 13 gig of solar development of grid. Why do I say all of this? There's constantly a plan, there's a program, but where I think we fail is in just one, properly integrating those plans in what's gone before and what's coming. We're talking about, at the time we're saying we're going to get the 2,000 megawatts of additional renewables capacity on our grid, right? The discos, the distribution companies at the tail end, so to speak, of collections from the market, right? We're not able to take the full capacity available on the grid. And that's why, if you think about it, since 2015, no major power plant of whatever kind of fuel has come on stream. The only major one that will come on stream probably sometime in next year or two, ahead of testing now, is the 750 megawatts Zungeru hydro built by government. But essentially, we haven't, in my view, fully addressed everything down the chain. And once we don't do that, all our conversations about renewables, especially grid-tied, grid-dependent renewables, will be just that, conversations. So that's what I think it is on the feed side. Let's even address the challenge of delivering power to people. Let's be sure we have agreed that by some measure works, right? And on the basis of that, we can then be talking about how the fuels that power our generation gets cleaner and cleaner. One side of it. The other side also is that we're too, what's the word I'll use? I mean, government operates too much like a silo, but the various MDAs operate in silo mode too much, right? And so NERC is setting out its own plans, but TCN that you require to deliver the power is thinking in a different way. Discos that are going to deliver power are also going in a different direction, and that's just within the power sector. We haven't thought about what, in many places, right, you have a Department of Energy as they have in the States, or the Office of Gas and Electricity Markets as they have in the UK, for example. Or in Nigeria, we've got NERC, fully focused on power. By the way, there's some other, I'll say, power-related MDAs, Energy Council of Commission of Nigeria. There is NEMSA doing some technical standards monitoring. And then you go towards the petroleum industry. You've got a different agency dealing with the upstream production of gas. You've got a different agency dealing with midstream and downstream. And what that then leads to is that ultimately it's a major challenge integrating the policies to be sure that, look, we have a fully consistent plan. And I haven't even talked about Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water Resources, all those other ministries or agencies that have parts to play in this. So I'm not quite sure we're fully thinking all those through. And so we're not dealing with proper integration in Nigeria. We also are not, in my view, paying enough attention to what's going on around the world. What it does look, I mean, the major user of crude, right? And I know we're in the new sustainable energy conversation, right? But ultimately, despite our richness and the richness of our gas resources, right? Most of the major part of our oil industry is still based on crude, right? But everyone is bringing up policies that say in a few years, liquid fuels will no longer be used for mobility. So I think the big issue is, one, we need to be a little bit less lazy and learn to weave all the bits of the fabric together to come up with policies that not only are sustainable, they are implementable, and they're fully situated in the context of what exists and what we're trying to get to. You're totally correct about the need for, to go to your second question, efficiency, right? Yes. And we're talking about efficiency in generation itself. It's important that technology we're using, whether it's gas we're burning, or it's even renewables, right? That we're looking at the best technology possible. And for me, that's even it's as much a regulatory and climate change issue as it is a profitability issue. The more efficient your production is, the more money you will make as an operator. So yes, definitely, it's something that's important and should be addressed. I think also the key regulators and government should pay a lot of attention to that. And the same thing applies in the area of conveyance of power. So there are three buckets of efficiency we have to look at. There's the generation, that's if you're in the electricity sector, so that is, there's the generation, there's the conveyance, and there's the usage itself. So I know that a lot of the conversation in the sector today is about reducing losses, and that whether it's TCN transmitting power or the discos delivering it, the less efficient you are, the more power you're losing in the process of conveying it, the less profitable you are, and the more of an issue the regulator raises with you. Of course, also, as power prices get more expensive, and they're going to get a whole lot more expensive, right? We talk about energy poverty, we talk about the fact that it's difficult to afford power, right? A major part of the population struggles to afford the cost of energy. But what I know is going to happen as the solutions begin to be implemented to address the shortage issues also is that power will get more expensive. And so also we need to have coordinated and implementable initiatives on the customer side that helps essentially use energy more efficiently, which is what reduces one emission, it's better for the environment, and at the same time it also leads to cost savings for the user. And Dave, I think I'll
You've done an incredible job covering a very wide topic, and there are lots of things that you've brought up. But before I, go further, I just want to ask Madam Chairperson, how many minutes do we have left? 10. Okay, I'm going to put one more question to a panelist and then go to questions. Shola has raised lots of points, both Shola and Chini. And I know that you have a particular passion around this issue of very good plans, but the difficulty in implementation. So can I put that to you? So we know that's a problem, but what should we be doing in the energy sector to integrate our plans and our government agencies that we have straddled? I mean, I think I have NERC, Energy Commission, NUPRC, NMDPRA. You could add Ministry of Transportation into that list, and Lagos State Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, amongst many. So what can we do?
I think the first thing, and I think Shola alluded to that, is really cohesiveness within these organizations. We can't have MD&As and ministries working in silos. There must be some cohesion so that these policies and these regulations are not conflicting. So I think that's the first thing we need to, that needs to be done. Secondly, I think we need to build more capacity in terms of research and development. I mean, Nigeria, we have very, very intelligent Nigerians that can do this work. I feel we're too reliant on the West, on the narrative and the research and, what we need to do from an African perspective. We need to look at it from our perspective and develop our own data, develop our own research, and drive, and use that to drive our own plans. I also think, and Chine said this, there's a lot of work that has to be done in terms of awareness. Where, for example, we can just pick cooking, for example, which is one of the sectors that the government is focused on in the plan. Cooking, majority of our people use biomass, firewood and all. There has to be awareness in terms of why should there be a shift from that? Why should change management is something that is always very difficult. Why should I move from my firewood, which I'm happy with, to a cleaner source? And that is also tied to the economy. Because a big theme of sustainability is affordability as well. Can I afford this new source of energy? So that has to be addressed. I don't know what the current count is with the rise in our exchange rates. We used to say a lot of people live below $1 a day. I don't know what it is now, maybe 20 cents.
It's gone down today. It's lower than 800. Yeah.
So we have to address issues around the economy and affordability of what we are trying to, I don't want to use the word impose, but move people towards. So I think those are some of the key things that we can do.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thank you to a fantastic panel, but now I think I'd like to give opportunity for the floor to ask questions, if there are any questions from the floor. Anyone with a question? Mr. Olorunsola, is there a mic that is?
Okay, thank you. So yesterday there was a lot of discussion on gas, and I remember the chairperson for yesterday's session was also asking that what does Nigeria really see as the pitch for the COP27, and I think it was more again around gas. So it really means we have to push our gas agenda really to the fullest. And this question is for all of you. So each time I also think around the fact that there's a lot of enablers that are already on the table. So there's a decade of gas policy, there's gas expansion program, there's huge incentives in the PIA, there is some infrastructure that is even ongoing. There are legacies or even vintages of gas master plans, and all that. The question is, what has not been done? Or what do you think should be added to this bouquet of enablers or tweaked so that we can tell the people, if it is government, I still have my contacts there. We can really, we can walk up to them and let them know. If it is the industry, yes, we are retired, but we are not tired. I mean, we will also let them know. What exactly have we really not done? Because we have still not really seen that pace and scaling up, really. Yesterday, we were also talking around the decade of gas. It's no more decade, it's 8 years and 11 months. Yeah, true. And we haven't really seen much on the table. So please help us or help me, send me, so that we'll go and tell the people these are the things really not yet on the table.
So I'm going to start with, just 1 point from Chini, from Shola, from Tomi. What has not been done? One.
I'll come back to the utilization of gas in the country, where at least 60% of the gas that goes to the domestic market is for power. The power sector issues, we need to unlock those.
Power sector?
I would say, I'm so sorry. I would say that in 2 ways. One is the liquidity. That is to say, ensure that prices are cost reflective. The second is decentralization of infrastructure. And I love that states are beginning to take into their own hands. And this will take some time to implement naturally. In this space, in the energy space, infrastructure takes time to implement. So I would suggest...
Liquidity and decentralization, because of time.
All right then.
Okay.
Liquidity and decentralization of infrastructure.
Although I said one thing, no, you'll have failed in the exam.
A and B.
Please.
Okay, for me, I think funding is a big issue. And I think we have to start looking for non-traditional sources of funding, because as we see, a lot of the typical funding sources are also setting this net zero targets. So we need to find, and there are quite a number of them, private equity, family
Funding
houses.
and non-traditional funding. Sorry. Shola, 1 point for you.
I'm going to stay in the power sector with Chini and say that what I think we need to do is to join the chain right from the gas well through to the guy that generates, the TCN transporting the power to the disco, to the customer. We've got to clean out the collection chain all the way from the customer to the gas well. I mean, there are many parts to what that means, but that's the theory, and I think it's something we've never done.
To fix that chain right from production all the way through.
Yes, let's fix it on purely commercial terms and not governments trying all kinds of stratagems that they never follow through on.
Okay.
One example is embed, telling us we're going to have embed in the middle to introduce subsidies or whatever you need to, but that never happened, and so the entire system is broken.
Okay, thanks, Shola. One last question.
Are there also questions from the online audience, tech team? Any questions from there?
There's someone over here, and then we'll take.
let's go.
Where's the mic, please?
Can we have a microphone, please?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yetunde Odejobi. I work with GACN in Abuja, the gas aggregation company of Nigeria, Limited. And the question is directed at Dr. Adefulu.
Okay.
So I hear there's supposed to be an amendment to the PIA. I know discussions were ongoing last year, but I don't seem to hear anything again. Is it still on the table, or perhaps is it just going to be released suddenly? So just clarify. Thank you.
Quick answer is I'm sure it's still on the table because there are certain moves that are antithetical to what the PIA says. So for example, the subsidy or the maintenance of the subsidy. So it's probably still on the table, but I suspect that the government is moving very quickly away from amendments and focusing on implementing what we have now. That's my quick answer to that. Is there any question online? No.
No?
One more question over here. Would you, Madam?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Stanley Izora. Here in Nigeria, in this part of the world, our challenge is actually peculiar, and I think the solution should also be peculiar. We already have a lot of private investors who are willing to provide captive power solutions, right? But then it's coming in very expensive. For instance, to clear
Very quickly. Question, please.
Okay. For instance, the custom, the agency that is set aside to facilitate trade, right? It's unfortunate that their KPI is more of revenue generation. When you want to clear some of these gas engines that will enable you utilize gas consumptions, right? You figure out that whatever thing you are importing, you bring it into the country, you end up, clearing it with over 100% of it. So what are we doing about it? How can we get these guys, involved in this kind of setup to see what they can do to reduce the cost?
Okay, I'm going to take that as a comment actually, and summarize it by saying we should we should focus more on facilitation than revenue generation. Is that a good summary? And doing it at the level of the government, correct? So, I have 2 minutes, but I just want to thank, first of all, my panelists Please give them a warm round of applause. Thank you to Chini, thank you to Tomi, thank you to Shola. I'm very, very grateful for your contributions. I want to thank the Energy Institute for allowing us to speak about what I think is an important enabler for sustainable energy in Nigeria, law and policy. And I want to encourage the Nigerian government, who I hope is here in some form or listening, to pay attention to the words that my colleagues on this panel have very, very clearly elucidated, and hopefully we can move Nigeria's energy, sustainable energy forward in Nigeria. So thank you very much. Thank you to the audience.
Thank you. Another round of applause, please, for our panelists and moderator. Please stand for a photo, please. Please. Thank you very much. Paul. Okay. Okay, I said that we want today to be engaging, and so we have included a number of polls post the sessions. So if a member of the tech team can just come up and explain how the poll will work, let's have that very quickly. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Moshoriri Ayemi, and I'll be taking the poll today. So if the tech team could just project. Yeah, so we're doing it on menti.com. So if you could just log in on your phone to menti.com and put in the code there, 17560317 to join the poll. So let's do that in about 30 seconds. Menti.com and input the code 17560317. Okay, and so the first question we have is, are the current laws and policies in Nigeria enough to drive the needed action to achieve a sustainable energy future? So there is, yes, the regulatory environment is conducive, yes, but implementation is lacking, no more aggressive laws and policies are needed. So we've heard about, there's the PIA, there's the gas master plan, we have the NDCs, we have the energy transition plan. So are all these things sufficient to reach the sustainable energy future that we want to get to as a country? Okay, we have 12 responses. There's one more. Yes. Okay, let's move on to the next question. All right, so how much of a limitation do you consider the following to implementing Nigerians' energy transition plan? So you could just slide from 1 to 5. How much of a limitation do you think they are? Large technology gap, insufficient financing, social acceptance, or human capital shortage? So you could just vote on that and we would see. Okay. All right, thank you everyone, and we'll see you at the next poll.
Thank you very much for engaging with us. I quite like the answer for here. So insufficient financing. So a lot of people do think that there is insufficient financing. Today is actually, so for COP27, there are actually themes for each day, and today is Finance Day. And so we will be wrapping up today with, a finance panel. So if you stick with us, till the end, we will have a finance panel as well, just to talk about financing and how we can unlock climate financing for our energy transition. I hope you found that session very insightful. I think one thing that resonated with me was really around the cohesion of the different agencies and how we can sort of work together and not be conflicting. So that's something that resonated with me from that session. There is tea and coffee. There wouldn't be a particular timing for tea and coffee, so you can just head to the side. grab tea, grab coffee, and come back so we can just move quickly along with all our sessions for today. Thank you very much. We'll move into the very next session now. I know our speakers and moderator are in the room. And the title of the session is Nigeria's Nationally Determined Contributions, Renewables to the Rescue. So I will be introducing the moderator for that session. He is Segun Adaju, the Chief Energizing Officer. I quite like that title. Maybe when he comes in, he can let us know what the energizing is about. I quite like that title. The Chief Energizing Officer, Consistent Energy Limited. He's a renewable energy expert with over 30 years of experience spanning banking, consulting, project management, and renewable energy. A round of applause, please, while he comes onto the stage.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here and also to host this session. I'm looking forward to a very active conversations that will turn to a fire chat and, if possible, a debate. So please bear with me. And my panelists also bear with me. We need to bring some energy into the room. I'm the Chief Energizing Officer anyway. Okay, so I've been introduced, and I'll just quickly bring up my colleagues in this sector. So this is the side event for renewables, right? So we'll be talking about the NDC, Nationally Determined Contributions of Nigeria, and also to check if renewables will come to the rescue. So by way of background, let me just quickly, the NDC, interestingly, I was also part of the team as a consultant that developed the NDC and the sectoral plans for Nigeria. It comes with some very ambitious targets. For example, let me mention a few. The plan is to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions in Nigeria by 47%, now conditional. It used to be 45%. So the revised, updated edition says we want to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions of Nigeria by 47% conditional and also 20% unconditional, what we call business as usual. If we remain where we are now, in those days in NYC, they would say as you are, right? We used to call it Ajuaya, right? So if we agree that business as usual, then 20%. Then there are three key targets that I mentioned that will also be, talking about when my colleagues come up. Number one, the updated NDC says we should end gas flaring by 2030. The previous one says work towards, but this is specific that by year 2030, gas flaring should be stopped in Nigeria. Then one of the targets is that Nigeria should eliminate the use of kerosene lighting by year 2030. And I'm particularly bringing this out. So kerosene lighting by year 2030 should be eliminated. The third one is that off-grid solar PV by year 2030 should be running at about 13,000 gigawatts off-grid. That's 13,000 megawatts of off-grid solar, three targets. So based on this, my colleagues will come and tell us if renewables will be to the rescue. So I have the privilege to welcome Omobola Omofaye, a seasoned business leader. Interestingly, almost all of us here are former bankers. I also be asking them, what are bankers, what are you doing in the renewable space sector? It should be dominated by engineers. Tell me what are the motivations. So Omobola Omofaye, she's the Chief Commercial Officer of Energy. Please come over. A round of applause for Omobola. Energy is one of the leading companies in Nigeria, and interestingly, all of us, we belong to an association called the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. Omobola comes with the background of finance, technology, communication, even oil and gas. Welcome, Omobola. Then, by order of the way it's arranged here, okay, I'll bring in my president. Okay, so he's my president. He's the president of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. His name is Ayo Ademilua. Welcome, Ayo. Also a former banker like myself. And I had the privilege of being the president of RIAN for 6 years, and I'm happy to, I was too much in a hurry to just hand over to him. So you can feel the heat too. Please have your seat. He runs a company called A4&T. And then, finally, I have Eniola with me. Eniola Olutim-Milehin, right? Eniola comes with the background of computer systems and engineering. And she's worked with a company called Green Light Planet. Many of us, you know Green Light Planet. But currently, she's with Zola Electric, also doing similar things that she did at Green Light Planet. So, Eniola, please, a round of applause. Welcome. Welcome to the conversations. So I will join them in this fire chat and debate, and then we'll see how far we can go. And please, our hosts, keep us on check in terms of timing. Yeah. Okay. So we've heard a lot about the plans, around, for example, the energy transition plan, the role of gas. I'm also one of those that believe that gas is the transition energy for Nigeria. But I ended by saying renewables is the future. Okay, so yesterday we heard about transition and destination. Now, with the targets that we have, and by opening shots, do you think, from the work you've done in Nigeria over the past years, that renewables is actually to the rescue? And I will start with Eniola. Is renewables going to be the rescue energy sources for Nigeria in achieving its, commitments under the NDC?
Thank you, Mr. Adaju. So I personally am very passionate about renewables in Nigeria specifically. We've seen a lot of growth in the past few years. I remember when I first went into the sector, there was little knowledge about what the importance of renewables in Nigeria and, sustainability and the likes. But that has changed considerably. We have a much larger role in energy today in Nigeria. And, we've had a lot of help. We've seen, support from the government increasing. A lot of us have heard about the NEP today and what that has done in driving, driving connections through renewable energy sources. I believe there are over 1 million electricity connections to date driven by that project alone and counting. So it's made renewables more attractive, both as a business and as a source of power. A lot of work still needs to be done, I would say. We're just getting started. But it's nice to see that we have more respect in this the wider energy sector today, and it's more appreciated in the value it brings. We all know that oil, well, at least some of us know. I won't speak for everyone. It's not necessarily sustainable long term. I come from a background of solar, so my renewable energy source is solar. You walk out, there's sun everywhere, there's sun every day. Even when it's raining, it's still sunny. And that's not going to change for a long time. So we do have, the right policies in place to support growth of this sector, but a lot has to be done, as we've heard in a lot of these conversations around implementation, execution, and support. And, for me, what is key is continued dialogue with the players in the space, government, and all other parties involved. That would help move things along a bit quicker.
Thank you so much, Aniola. Yes, about 1 million connections from the NEP, the Nigerian Electrification Project that focuses on solar home systems in very rural communities. So that's 1 million less the 92 million. Yes. Okay. Ayo, what do you think? Renewables.
Okay. So, thank you. Every time I'm asked to talk about this renewables, most especially to Nigerians having the doubt that it's possible to use renewables to do a lot of achievement of the NDC goals and targets, I try to just take them on a journey that I consider practical, being a player and a developer, to take them on the journey and make them to see the picture. Now, what do we have? For us to have a just energy transition that we're planning through the energy transition plan, I like to say that, yes, the energy transition plan seems very ambitious, as all of us has believed, but I believe that they're achievable. So let me hold that there. Now, to have a just energy transition plan, there is a need for us to, I use the acronym RIDS, for my research and to shape the word on it. So RIDS means the just energy transition must be realistic. I means it must be integrated. D means it must be decentralized. And S means it must be scalable. So I'll start with the R, which is it has to be realistic. Now, you were reading the other time that we plan to stop gas flaring by 2030, according to the NDC. That gas flaring in Nigeria should stop by 2030. We need to be sure that that is realistic, considering what we have right now in terms of infrastructure that is built to take care of the gas. Then we also have to look at the integration part. So most of the time when we talk about renewables, helping towards these goals and targets, people always think electricity. We cannot achieve our energy transition without integrated model. We have to integrate the power side, which is the electricity, with the clean cooking side. You don't want to know the amount of the emission that we're having coming from the clean cooking side. Now, electricity is going past some connections, which is by household. Cooking goes by a lot of more population, and the emission is high. So we have to drive on the power side via electricity. We have to drive on the clean cooking side. We have to take a look at the transportation. The organization that I lead has mini grids on the coastal line of Nigeria. We are one of the first set that went to build mini grids on the waters of the coastal line by the delta side. We have about 5 mini grids on the water right now. And those mini grids, they're not on the highland because, I remember I was told the highland is a land surrounded by water. But these guys are suspended on platforms. They're on wood platforms, and they're massive communities. So as we move, we have a grid that takes us about 1 hour by boat into the sea. In fact, we'll be looking at the escargots like this, and we planted our mini grid there, But what I want to say is that 2 years ago, we started thinking about integrating e-mobility via electric boats, to the place, because I found out that the CO2 emitted by the boats that are going on that coastal area, they're also heavy. So we need to be able to integrate e-mobility, and other stuff to track how to change and reduce the emission by boat as part of integration. So you're integrating by electricity, you're integrating by clean cooking, You integrate it by transportation, and you have to integrate the captive power for the factories and the industries. You know, there was a conference I was, I think 3 weeks ago, and someone was saying Nigeria does not have the demand because we are having surplus generation, and that the generating companies are complaining that, okay, we generate 5,000 and it's not fully consumed. And I differ. Because the truth about it is that it's not that we don't have the consumption, but you know, like the previous, Mr. Defulu said something, and Mr. Shola was like, the conveyor is sick. So we can't take out all the things that we're generating, you know. So, and that takes me into my D, which is decentralization. I strongly believe that Nigeria cannot achieve the energy transition with a centralized power system. The reason is because we have tested it from mini grids, we've tested it from different places. I have seen how easy it is to energize a particular place with power in a decentralized model. What is the problem we're having? I call it the Kwashiorkor chain of Nigerian power I was telling you. So we've got the Gencos generating the power. We've got the midwife, as I call them, the hembet in between. We've got the transmission TCN company, and we get them offloading into the discos, you know. And my problem is that the discos have hailing infrastructure, and unfortunately, because of the, I don't like talking at the conferences because I'll be speaking some of the things. So because of the escrowed revenues, it makes it a bit difficult for them to raise more capitals to sort out the ailing infrastructure. And at the last end, where they're supposed to have the waterfalls to get the revenue, the meters are not smart. So you have the theft along the transmission distribution ending in meters that are not smart. There is no energy audit as at the time the discos were buying the discos. So you send power into Lekki, you actually do not even really know how much power Lekki needs. Now, with a decentralized model for like what we do, you know, in the renewables and the mini grids and all those other stuff, you first get the energy audit of the region, the area, the franchise area you want to cover. Then you find out house to house. It is not cheap. You can't do it by satellite. So you go house to house, Mr. A, what do you have? Mr. B, what do you have? Then you aggregate their energy demand. Then it tells you what the power plant you need is. So for every mini grid we try to build, we do the energy audit house to house. Then we find out, okay, these guys are going to need just 500 kilowatt peak here. Okay? Then we come in with smart meters. Then you limit every house to what they said they have. You deploy your 500 kilowatt peak. Once they plug a TV above what they told you at the energy audit, their light goes off. Now, they don't need to call an electrician. Once they remove the TV, the light comes back on. You know, Nigerians, we are kind. We like to give our neighbors light. So once they cross over our lights to another house, the light goes off. Once you remove it, your light comes back. So until we're able to have a decentralized, smarter grid, with collection and having smarter meters, so that if anybody is trying to tinker with your light, you can see it from the comfort of your home. I strongly believe that is where we can have this energy transition sorted. And I believe that renewables is important in doing this. I mean, Dr. Adaju, you know we have done a lot of research. If you take a look at the map of Nigeria, God has just been gracious with the kind of sustainable and renewable energy He has given us. Yes, we can't leapfrog into renewables straight. We're transitioning with gas. The guys that have the gas in abundance, feed them with gas. The northern part where we have the radiation at an escalating rate at about 6 right now, 6.1, give them massive solar farms. We're trying to try out, maybe we could have some windmill work in Plateau, but if you can't, still give them renewables as solar and hydro, and we have hydros there. And everybody always try to forget that we have hydro as part of renewables anyway. Hydro is renewable, you know. So when they try to say that the Vision 3030 is ambitious, we're not nearing it, that we want to have 30% renewables of 30 gigawatts by 2030, the truth is hydro is renewable and we're nearing it. So I believe that if we're able to harvest across the regions based on the resources that the regions already have, provide frameworks and policies that will encourage private investors. Why are we having renewables thrive right now? Why are we having the NEP and all those programs thriving? The frameworks of the government and policies for renewable investment is straightforward. If you're doing an interconnected mini grid with a DISCO, you sign a tripartite agreement, 15 years, 10 years, whatever it is. At the end of the years, you're free to carry your asset away. So if we have it decentralized, then we bring in private sector. There are a lot of carbon finance right now. The truth is we can't tell the world that funding is our problem, honestly. I'll be at COP on Saturday and we'll be having some discussion, even with some guys from Nigeria. I know Ohando has a pavilion, you know, that we're going to be sharing some stuff. And part of the things we're going to be saying in Egypt is there's a whole lot of money chasing from the world. Bring it here.
Yeah.
Let us privatize gas. Let us privatize the distribution and renewables.
Thank you, Ayo. I always like your energy, every time. So over to you, quickly. Still on the same topic, as only please short and briefly. Renewables to the rescue. What do you think?
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Daju. And good afternoon once again, everyone. It's great to be here. My co-panelists have spoken extensively around this subject, and I would just also like to share my perspective. I would say, and that I strongly believe, that to drive a sustainable energy future, renewable energy has a pivotal role to play. Ayo spoke a bit around electrification. If you look at the current traditional means of generation of electricity currently in Nigeria, you will quite agree with me that aside the fact that it's not reliable, it's a bit epileptic. Even when power is generated, transmission, distribution, we have a bit of hiccups. So that means that the end consumers are not even having access to electricity for productive use. Even in the urban areas, how much more of the rural areas? I know that currently Nigeria has a population of about 200 million plus. However, from statistics, about 80 million plus are still sort of excluded. They do not even have access, you know, to electricity. And how can we bridge this gap? I would say renewable energy has a pivotal role to play. So for instance, there are places where you do not even have grid at all. And if you want to electrify such areas, how can this be done? How can you achieve this? Is actually by deploying centralized renewable solar energy around those regions. You are able to light up homes, you are able to light up businesses, and you are also able to accelerate industrial economics, you know, for productivity in the country and also to add to the GDP. So I would say in a nutshell that renewable has a pivotal role to play, not just around electrification, also for us to be able to achieve the energy transition plan. I believe strongly that renewable energy technology and sources have to be introduced. I also spoke about mobility, transportation. That's why strongly people are speaking about EVs now. These are things that we also must consider as a nation and also find ways of adopting this and even accelerating it again for on the long run to be able to protect the planet and also, you know, to help everyone, for every business and homes to even stay sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mobala. Right, so let's jump into the pitch. And I say pitch because I'll give each panelist 1 minute to respond to each question I'm going to pose. So I'll say your time starts now. So yesterday I was a bit, I'm sure you one day saw me, I was restless somehow. I wanted to grab the mic and start speaking. And I just remembered, oh, there's a session today on renewables, you know, be coming down, right? 2 things you have to convince us here. And you have 1 minute to do that. And I want you to share specific example of what you have done. Solar is seen as expensive. And secondly, solar is seen as not having the capacity to power appliances. So I know between the 4 of us, we have people who have developed projects in mini-grid on top of water. We've seen people who have done commercial and industrial large installation where you have several numbers of air conditioners, for example. We've seen rural communities, with solar home system and the rest. So I'll go back to Eniola in a minute. Convince me that solar is not expensive and that it has capacity.
Okay. So I'll speak from the solar home systems point of view. If you look at rural areas and even some peri-urban areas, it does not make economic sense for the grid to be extended to those areas because, rural areas, they have low density population, irregular income cycles, and as you said, affordability is key. So on my end, historically, what we've done, in companies I've been associated with is, implement pay-as-you-go models to address the issue of affordability. And what we mean by that is similar to, mobile phone pay-as-you-go systems, is, allow the customer, the end user, to walk away with a solar home system or solar product for a minimum affordable amount, and then allow them to pay over a period of time for the cost of that product. So what that has done is a number of things. It's allowed them to experience the product, because you find that in rural communities, social acceptance is key. It's one thing for us to come in and try to engage them and let them know this is going to drive growth in this community. But then once they find out they don't have to rely on kerosene lanterns and the likes to power their homes, to allow for some economic activity like charging their phones and or watch TV entertainment, they get used to it and they want more, and they find they even plan to scale up. But what I think is very important, even on the topic of pay-as-you-go, is it has to be customized. So a lot of players, what they do is they do a plug and play across Nigeria, in that, in Lagos, the same payment plan is implemented in Lagos. Then you go to, some villages in, east, north, and then you try to execute that same payment plan, and they realize that it's not received well, because they forget that even for an average rural community, maybe in the West, the income might be very different and the activities that they run on are very different from what's done in the East. So it has to be customized. You have to look very closely at things like their disposable income. You have to look at their willingness to pay. They have to look at what is their behavior. So for instance, if they do their local loans in their communities, how long do they pay over? And try to really model those payment plans around that. And then we found that once we do it on a case-by-case basis, we've had more success. Right. Infrastructure is key as well. So things like mobile dependence, what's mobile use in that community, to allow for proper collection of these repayment amounts. If we want to run on mobile money, would it be acceptable? Do they pay for things like that? Or do you have to deploy, sales agents that do door-to-door cash collections to make sure that the default rate is low?
All right.
So, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so, deploying pay-as-you-go business model has made this affordable to the rural communities. A quick follow-up question will be, as one of the targets of the NDC is to eliminate the use of kerosene lighting by year 2030. Do you see this in 5 seconds as the opportunity to eliminate kerosene lighting in rural areas?
Yes. So the cost of kerosene lanterns, is under $5 on average, I would say. But then, if you look at comparable solar lantern, you can buy a solar lantern for about $5 as well. So if you let them know that, okay, you're going to pay a similar amount of money to get this product that we use for a longer period of time, it becomes attractive to them.
All right, thank you so much. Let's move to mini-grid. and also specifically sharing examples of how you have proven that renewables in general, but particularly solar mini-grids, is affordable to rural communities. And also, what can it power? Is it just lighting? And, is that the only thing that you do in rural areas? Over to you, Ayo.
Okay, so solar power systems, solar mini-grids, I'll say affordability to the rural communities, peri-urban communities, yes. Because when we're trying to define affordability, we have to be careful. Many a times people try to compare whatever tariff you're having from every other alternative source or renewable energy source with the national grid tariff. And the mistake people make is that they forget that national grid tariff is subsidized. I guess because most of the time they don't talk about it, we forget that it's subsidized. And that is why you have 3 hours in 4 days in your area, and the rest of your hours for that 4 days, you power yourself on your diesel, which as at the price of diesel right now, from my calculations, is almost about 300 naira per kilowatt hour now. So every time you switch on your diesel right now, you're almost at about 300 naira per kilowatt hour now. Every time you have the national grid supply you power, yes, you're paying 51, 52 naira per kilowatt hour, but the government is paying the differential. Now, one of the problems why we've not had electricity stable in Nigeria is that we are not agreeing to pay the right price. Yeah. The reason why the people we're dealing with at the off-grid are enjoying power, honestly, it's funny. We have some towns that we're powering right now in Nigeria, and when the light blinks, the king calls me. And I'm asking, I live in Lagos. They take my horn for 2 weeks. I don't even able to call. But I will just hear his call at night. Say, MD, that's your light. It's blinking. It's going on. What? Because they're used to 24 hours, So, but the truth about it is that they're paying the right price, which, of course, I still give it to the government, which is the framework as a policy. The NERC has given us a cost-reflective tariff for off-grid. So the model we're using to determine our tariff from NERC makes it easier, makes it friendly for us to raise funds and for investors to have confidence. Now, in terms of affordability to the people we're servicing, what are they currently using? It's either you're using kerosene lanterns, which if you're buying a liter of kerosene in one of the villages where we have or one of the communities, it gets to your house for about 400 naira per liter. Then you have the associated CO2 trouble. If you put the cost, you know what that is. So you find out that most of those communities where we're servicing right now, the cost of the solar hybrid mini-grids that we're giving them or other type of renewable mini-grid breeds that you're doing, becomes cheaper than the current alternative.
Ayo, sorry, I'm also very eager to just jump in into the conversation. Without giving, I don't know if it's okay for you to release this, diesel, the last analysis I did was 180 naira per kilowatt hour. Now it's going to 300.
Yeah, because
because of the increase in price.
900 naira now.
What's the band? What's the average of your tariff in that water? That riverine area.
Okay.
Rural communities. What do they pay? You don't have to give me the precise rates, but a band.
So I know that, of course, because you have to, in your engineering design, you have to ensure that diesel is not much in your generating design. Right. So maybe you try to strive to make sure that it's less than 10%. So if you're running on PVs with LCOEs, it makes you easier for your LCOE. So I'll say that we've been running 150, 200, 213, you understand, depending on the segment grade. Because the meters are smart, so different segments can have different tariff, but it must be within the approved tariff of NRC.
So the tariff you charge is also, with the approval of Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission.
Yes.
I'm hearing around 118 naira per kilowatt hour up to, is a ban,
Yes.
up to 230.
Yes, 213, 220.
And the rural community, the rural folks are paying.
I'll tell you, I'll give you an example. We have some peri-urban communities who understand what their mates in the town pays. Okay, and I don't want to throw it open and I don't want to cause trouble. So you have an average 3-bedroom flat with an estimated billing. And I'm sure you're not paying anything less than 8,000. Let me be mild. Don't let me cause more problems. So you're paying like 8,000 naira. Now, do the math. How many kilowatt hour are you consuming in a 3-bedroom flat, averagely? You're not burning ACs, you're not doing anything. If you have the true cost and the true energy, and you're not estimated, even if you're paying 213 naira, multiply 213 naira, okay, I think average kilowatt hour in most of those homes is between 11 to 15 kilowatt hour per month. I mean, fans, lights, TV, what about it? So if you multiply like 15 by 213, so they end up paying like 4K, 3K, 3.5, and they're smarter now. Before, you know, we are not smarter in the city. One of the reasons why coming to the cities now with interconnected mini grids, which are planning to start in Lagos, first quarter of next year, thanks to Ikeja Electric, we're going to be doing some stuff together. So with the interconnected mini grid, you look at it that if you're paying 3,500, those guys are smarter. They switch off their lights now in the afternoon. And now I'd like to tell you a very funny story. The first mini grid we built, coming from the paper, from the model, and everything looked great on Excel, you know, and we built it, and we expected that people were going to be using lights every time and every night, you know. And of course, the first week, it's in Ogun State, one village in Ogun State. So the first week, yeah, they were enjoying it. But the third or the fourth week, I just found out that revenue was dropping. So I sent my guys, I said, go and check out what's going on. But what I saw was alarming. You know, in the model, we had programmed that everybody comes out from farm by 5, 6 o'clock. They will be inside their house, so they will use the light, they will use TV, they will use fridge, they will use fan, till like 9 or 10 and go to bed. So they were doing that the first 1 or 2 weeks. Then the third week, when my people got there, what happened was that by 6, 7, when they get back from the fan, the man moves his chair from the sitting room outside and calls his wife, I said, bring my dinner here. Honestly, this is practical. So he eats his dinner with a fresh breeze outside. It defeats my model of fan, of TV, of everything, which is where I thought that the kilowatt hour we run. So he drags the seat outside. He heats the food. Then when he's done, he said it should be playing under the moonlight. You know, he leaves the security lights on. Then 9, he says, let's go back and sleep. So when they get to the room, he calls his children, oh, you switch off that one, switch off that one, leave the bathroom, leave this one. So I found out that they got smarter with energy efficiency. And that reduced the kilowatt hours they consumed. In the city, we are spoiled. We leave the lights anyhow, we do anyhow because we are not monitored, we are not audited, no data. You know.
Let me also, a follow-up question. So you faced that challenge and your model was at risk. What did you do?
Classified information. Well, yeah, my President Emeritus. So what we did was that the next grid we built after that, we deliberately undersized.
Undersizing, that's one.
So that when they max out the demand on the grid, we scale, which is my last S.
Right.
The beauty of renewables is that you can scale easily.
Yeah.
If I want to do 1 megawatt,
you can start with.
It's not really going to cost me 90 days.
Right, right.
So all those we need to have renewables of so gigawatts. It's not any big deal. If you go to Jigawa, you put a farm there, 3 gigawatts. You move to Sokoto, you put another farm there. Guess what? You're not uploading everything on the transmission that is coming to Lagos. You seclude it. you're transmitting within the northern region, and you pump on it. So what we did was deliberately on the size, and watched more for consumer behavior. There are inherent behaviors that our MBA models did not think about.
Right. I was trying to bring out the productive use aspect, but I'll come back to that in another round of questioning to show, that you can actually deploy for productive use, increase their income.
Yes.
Right. Let me come to Omobola. So we've seen solar home systems, we've seen mini grid, commercial and industrial. I know Energy has done big size solar installation. So I want you also to prove to us that affordability. So for example, yesterday I heard one of the panelists says when he wanted to do solar, they brought a bill of 8 million and he was like, hey, 8 million. Maybe that discouraged him from adopting solar. So how do you do commercial and industrial installation that is affordable and also what can it power?
All right. Thank you very much for that question. But I would like to start to say that I would like to demystify the myth around the limited application of renewable solar energy. I would like to say that solar power solution itself has a wide range of applications. From the impact sector, schools, hospitals, hotels, telecommunication. These are areas where we have had deployment and also we've had a lot of success stories. So I would say that for a customer to enjoy the benefit of solar, Ayo mentioned something around an energy audit. For a customer that will need the solution, a proper energy audit should have been done ahead of time to understand the requirements of the customer, and a design, technical design that will support the application has to also be provided so that end-to-end the customer is also fully serviced and there's no gap. Then when we talk about affordability, I think that is relative, really. But again, in trying to speak to customers about this solution, and especially on the enterprise side, because the most important thing people on the commercial side will look at is, one, the return on investment, and also how can they reduce their OPEX.
Yeah.
And one thing we usually will do is, if we're giving you a solution, we always like to also do like a cost-benefit analysis. So for example, if I say a hospital that requires like a 10 kVA solution of solar, I give you that solution. Number one thing that people need to understand is, because it's solar, you have your solar panel. So that means during the day, the panels are generating, and you can at the immediate consume that energy. And you also have your storage, for the nighttime. So if it's a school that does not even have a night load, that means you just have limited energy you're drawing from that storage and during the nighttime. And in terms of setting your priority, you can have the solar first, and that's how we do our installation. You have your solar first. So that means even if you have the grid during the day, you're not consuming your grid, it's just there. Your meter is not reading. After the solar, you have the storage, and then you can have grid or the generator as backup. So we have customers currently in Nigeria, Lagos, to be specific, that are even totally off-grid. They don't use the grid, neither do they use the generator, because we have sized a system that can take care of their energy need end-to-end with a backup storage solution for the nighttime, and to also cater for the autonomy just in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Then the grid and the diesel generator becomes the backup. Then, as part of offering the solution, models of acquisition, for customers that are able to buy this solution outrightly, we can do that. For some of those customers, you can actually lease to own the solution over a period of 36 months. That means it's that flexible. The customers can pay on a monthly basis for over a period of 36 months. And for some commercial customers as well, we offer power as a service. So for customers that are just interested in consuming the power, you know what, I don't even want to bother myself with management and all whatnot. I just want power. We also can offer that solution, and the customer pays, just what you consume on a monthly basis. And at the back of that, we also recognize the fact that we want more people to enjoy this solution in Nigeria and even other parts of Africa. On our part, we're also trying to optimize on the supply chain and how we source for this component, because I'm sure most people in the room will also know that some of the components and inputs are also imported, and we also have some local input as well. So we're also trying to optimize to get the best equipment at the most affordable rate, so that offering the solution to customers back home, we also will have increased adoption. But in a nutshell, this is how we've been able to address the market. However, we also want to stay creative, but also trying to see other ways, we can add on for customers to be able to embrace this solution better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that means that issue that was raised yesterday by the panelists of that 8 million naira bill for solar, you have a solution for it. I had you mention lease to own. Yes. So that means I can approach you and I can pay over 3 years. Exactly. Affordability. Now let me just also share very briefly. I'm also a panelist, right?
Yeah.
Briefly, what I've done in the SME space to show clearly that solar is affordable. I left banking sometime, myself and Ayo, former bankers. When I saw a need, and that need, crystallized one day when I went to my barber to have a haircut, and then there was a power outage, and there was no fuel, nothing. And I started thinking, then I was already doing consulting in renewables, that if I cannot solve the problem of this barber, then I better just quit this sector and go sell rice, yeah, right? And then we started to explore a solar solution that would displace that generator called I Better Pass My Neighbor. We did about 3 test runs, and we finally got the sizing that could displace. But of course, we had done some research. We realized that on the average, a barber shop spends about minimum in some rural areas, 500 naira on fueling every day. All right? Some spend as high as 1,000 naira in city center Lagos. So 7K every week, multiplied by the number of weeks, 52. We just realized that these guys are spending a lot of money. Okay? So we developed a model also, lease to own, and I went back to my colleagues in the banking industry that there's money to be made here. Let's just deploy solar solution to these barbers, allow them to pay over 2.5 years, and then they own the system at a cost that is cheaper than this 1,000 naira per day that they spend. And it became a business model. Yes. I mean, today we've done over 5,000 barber shops. Awesome. All right? So if a barber can afford solar, that means we are getting there to create affordability. So the idea, I just wanted also to demystify that concept that solar is expensive. There are business models that has made it affordable. It's affordability now. The initial cost can be high, but you can buy upfront and pay over time, right? And I think that's what my colleagues here have been able to prove this morning, and I'll say thanks to you. A final round of questions, and then we'll throw it up to the audience. And this, we have to be very brief. At the last panel, I had, that about 3 main sectors are the main polluters, and I mean, thanks to Madam for mentioning that. Power, transport, and cooking. Let me ask Ayo, do you see a nexus between, do you see energy or renewable energy as a pivot of these 3 sectors, right? How can you create that nexus within power, transport, and cooking using renewables?
Yeah, I think, like I said, the integrated clean energy access has to ride on these 3 tripods. Okay. So, of course, power, we're already doing it with renewables in Nigeria right now with hydro, with solar. And the next cooking, of course, is, we have clean cooking stoves right now. We have solar. We also have the modern electric cooking solutions, that is also on right now. Then also for transportation, it's very important. I mean, it's amazing. You have the e-bikes, you have the EVs, and we're trying to see how we could penetrate with the electric boats. So I believe that this 3 is fascinating. And, I always try to tell people, can you imagine that you get your fuel overnight while you're sleeping? You just park your car at home and you plug it and you go to bed. And you come back in the morning and you're charged, So we're trying to pilot e-bikes on 5 communities where we have our mini grids right now for human traffic and also for cargo. So I believe that from the study we have done, e-bikes and EVs generally, it's renewables can power them, and it's the way to go.
Thank you so much. Eniola, from your work in the rural areas, what do you see as the factors encouraging the deployment of decentralized solutions in very rural communities? I mean, communities that had never even seen light, if I can use that word.
So I would say the main factor is community involvement, so driven by community leaders. So culturally, what we've noticed is that once a community leader accepts it, then everyone else is open to it. So if you find that some players, if they go in and they don't find the right head or the person in charge of this community, it's very, very hard for them to penetrate that market. So that's one. The other thing, as I mentioned, is affordability. That I've already covered. So making sure that they are comfortable with paying for it and understand the importance of it. Then lastly, education. So going in to make sure you implement the right training for them, for use, for what it can do for the individuals, the households, and the community at large is very important. So I think those 3 things are what drive. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And to Omobola, I think one of the issues that was also raised yesterday is the issue of course, bulk of the equipment are imported. Although yesterday I wanted to also jump up and say, look, some of those components, I think in Nigeria now, members of RIAN, I know we achieve almost 40% local content. For example, Nigeria has the best cables. I mean, cables, battery racks, these are manufactured in Nigeria. I know there's a company that does inverter already, a member of RIAN, another company that manufactures panels and batteries in Nigeria. They might not be at scale, but Omobola, what do you think policies, government's incentive, that should encourage more of these companies? I probably don't want to mention their names, but I know all of them. They're already producing these components in Nigeria. What kind of policy framework do we need to see?
Well, that's a very important question, because if we need to see the right scale and the right adoption, especially in the renewable energy sector, then we need policies and framework that can also support, especially local manufacturing. Like Mr. Adaju said, majority of the inputs used in building the solar solution, they are imported. But again, if we must accelerate the adoption of solar, I believe very much that the government, with the support of the government, with the right policies, with the right fund in place as well, and at affordable rates for the players to access, I believe that can also help. Then also for some specific component that might still require importation, they can also look at, we can say subsidy around duties and elimination, where applicable. Again, just for that part of the sector to be sustainable, because we know that in the Western world, they have a lot of incentive and motivation for wanting to adopt renewable solar energy as individuals or as corporate bodies. I think such can also be introduced, again, to help us accelerate further and to drive the sort of sustainable energy future we seek.
Thank you so much. I mean, policies like, what's it called, net metering. So I'm here now, solar in my house probably is generating excess already. My batteries might be afloat, and I cannot sell to Ikeja Disco, for example. So having that in place, we encourage virtually everybody here to put panels on their rooftops and sell to the grid and make some money. On that note, I would like to turn it over to the audience. It's your turn now to ask some few questions. We have about 5+ minutes to go. So question, we'd like to take like 3 questions. Okay, let me start from, we are gender sensitive. Let me start from her. Yes. Briefly, question.
Thank you. A very good session. Thank you. So my question is, I think the last speaker, started off with a bit of my question, but it's directed to, Mr. Ademilua. So I want to know what the Renewable Energy Association is doing about this problem that you just mentioned about getting the government and government agencies to really buy into this renewable energy the transition plan, to make sure that you can drive investments. For example, Owando is also in that space. We have Owando Clean Energy, and we're working with the Lagos State government for electric buses. But things like duty, for example, to bring in equipment for the proof of concept stage is a problem. We're still having to pay so much. So what's your association doing in that regard to really help drive government, should I say, inclusion and activity to make it more attractive?
Yeah, thank you so much. We'll just take all the questions and then quickly respond because we're already out of time. Yes. Okay, let's, please, very brief, and then I'll ask Prof also, very brief, straight to the question.
Thank you. My question is directed at Ayo. So what's the association doing as regards offshore wind? I assume that in Nigeria, currently, that's still left untapped. Is it something you're already considering? Or what sort of timelines do you have to harness that?
Thank you. Prof, very briefly too, sir.
All right. My question
Take all the
is,
questions.
Thank you. My question is open to the panelists, because I've seen a situation in which there is this, are they synonymous? I've seen somebody talk about sustainable energy, and I've seen someone talk more about renewable energy, sustainable renewable energy. Perhaps there could be some understanding, and forgive me, is gas sustainable even if it's not renewable?
Okay, Prof.
And then the other question is specifically to you, and I know maybe you are not going to be open, because the pricing model for what you are trying to do is very important when it comes to affordability. Perhaps you could educate me a little bit more about the S component of your REITs, which is scalable. Where are the sources of funding in terms of proportion, abroad, local, grant and aid?
Okay,
because that's very important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any final one? Okay, I think we're good with these questions, and I'll hand over to, final one. Very quickly, please. Our host is already on her feet.
My question goes to Mr. Ayo. I would like to know what is RAN doing as regards to skills, knowledge exchange in regards to building young folks that wants to go into renewable energy, not specifically into solar, but all other diverse sector, to scale up those innovations to meet energy mix that can build sustainable energy solution and security in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much. So are you 1.5 minutes to just clear these questions?
So let me just try and see if I can rush this. So the first one I think was talking about advocacies, what we've done. I guess that's the first question. Okay, I think yours is the first question. It was asking what has REN been doing about advocacy on duties, based on buses. So we've been on it for some, let me not say months. My predecessor was on it for years, and I like to speak the truth. Please pardon me. We have a standpoint, and I hope that what I'm speaking right now, like, the chairman had said, sometimes when we speak it at this kind of place, they cannot help us tell the people. So we have a standpoint, and that is the standpoint that our NDC, our energy transition plan, our ESMP has been driving us towards renewables, to support renewables. So government said there will be zero VAT. And some other concessions by government, Ministry of Finance, But customs tells us at the port that they are a revenue generating agency. And that if our industry is seen to be on the right trajectory going up right now, shouldn't it be the right time for their own revenue also to be going up? So we've had members of our association that had got waivers and brought the law and say, hey, I should be paying 0. And the guys at the port tell us, we don't have the memo. Let the container be there. And all of us that are businessmen understands what it means when the container is there. Yeah. You are the one sweating. The guys that says, let us wait, is not losing any sleep. So at the end of the day, we paid. So we need to harmonize with one mouth from the government side. So one of the things we are trying to do at Rian is we want to set up a meeting with the two of them. We're hoping that at the end of that meeting, we can get a communique that will be circularized to all the ports to solve that. So that's what we're doing. On the second one, which is wind, which is your question, offshore wind. Now, I know that most of the data that we have right now for wind in Nigeria, I don't think I have seen the data for offshore wind. I have seen most of the data for the onshore. And what most of them are spelling to us right now is that we're at an average of about 4 to 5, meters per second. And they're trying to tell us that it is not very profitable, right now. There was an experiment done in Jigawa State, but it didn't really go too well. So let me just put it like that we're still trying to explore. So on source of funds, professor's question, that how is this industry getting funded, or how will it be funded, energy transition and other stuff? So I'll say that, yeah, number one, we have a lot of carbon finance right now globally. We have a massive commitment from, all the parties right now at COP, and even before COP27, that is ongoing. We have massive guarantees, to backup funds. We also have many peddlers from both outside and inside. Inside, we have organizations like InfraCredit that are not doing badly at all. We have all on. So that's on funding. We also have grants as part of some of the things that are in the field right now. And we have, commercial banks trying to come up. We're praying for them that they will come up. So last is capacity building by the youth, so that I can take everything. So what is RIAN doing about capacity building? Yes, we have many of our members that are driving capacity building right now. And I like what you've brought out, that, look, we need capacity building for all the types of renewables. So I know he's trying to look for capacity building like in hydro, and some other maybe windmill or something. So I'll just take this as a take home, because I know most of the capacity building right now, the round solar, the round energy storage systems, and the likes. But I'll take what you've said as a point and speak with some of our members to develop curriculums, and expand to be able to cover others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to my wonderful panelists. And on that note, I will say thank you for listening. And I will say, if you want renewables, don't be scared about the cost. Approach any of them; they are your plugs, and they will sort you out. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the panelists and moderator. Please stand for a photo. Okay. I think that session was quite engaging. It shows that there is significant interest in the renewable space. And it does tie back to the first panel on policy. So I like, the story around, the disconnect between the two entities. So it does show that it's important. And, the man who asked about financing, we will be delving deeper into finance later today. All right, a round of applause. Thank you very much. So we have another poll. Is my tech team ready? So let's take the poll quickly, and we'll go right into the next session, which I'm very, very happy to listen to. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, okay. Hello, everyone. So my name is Chigozie, and I will be taking you through the poll. So it's very similar to the very first one, same instructions, www.menti.com. And please join with that code 3818-1688. For the sake of time, we'll only be taking the very first poll question. So again, menti.com, code 3818-1688. And the question is, as an investor, what subsector of renewables are you likely to invest in? Is it off-grid electrification, commercial and industrial solar, green fuels, electric mobility, or battery manufacturing? Okay, so it looks like off-grid electrification is winning, commercial and industrial as well. Okay. So at the moment, it looks like off-grid electrification and CNI solar are, okay, off-grid electrification. That's for solar. Okay, thank you. So apparently most people would like to invest in off-grid electrification. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much for engaging with us. Yeah, so we can see that is something that's very interesting and important, just the captive part of it, outside of the grid. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go into the next session very quickly, and that is gender parity in the energy sector essential for a just energy transition? So we're going to dissect this topic. As a woman, working in finance, working in energy, I'm very, very interested to listen to what the panelists have to say on this topic. So I will be introducing the moderator for this session, Nick Waith. He's a powerful board member and the CEO Energy Institute. So he's held a broad career at the forefront of change in the energy industry. He spent nearly 22 years at BP in a broad variety of executive and management roles. I would like to introduce Nick Waith. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. So I'm actually going to start with the basis that I think I know the answer to this question. And there's a picture. Do you have the picture, production crew? We'll maybe get the picture that Yewande sent over. But if you want to understand why this energy transition isn't currently working, there is a photograph that has been doing the rounds on social media from COP, a big picture. I'm hoping the production crew can bring it up any second now, that shows the world leaders at COP. And on a stage behind a large COP27. Do you have the picture over there, guys? We get a thumbs up or a thumbs down or a shrug of the shoulders? No, we don't have the picture. All right, well, look, check it out on social media. It is a room full of men. You have to look so hard with a microscope to find the women. There are 4 women in that photograph, and in my view, that is why we are failing at the moment in terms of climate change, and that is what we need to put right. So, as if he kindly said, I'm the Chief Executive of the Energy Institute. I'm also a very proud board member of Powerful Women. Let me just say a few things about Powerful Women. Powerful Women was set up in the UK about 8 years ago, and it was set up by a former female energy minister, Baroness Sandy Verma, and she set out, she was shocked when she became energy minister that she was the only woman in every meeting she went to, and so along with others, she created Powerful Women, and Powerful Women has set a clear objective of improving gender diversity at the most senior levels in the UK energy sector, setting targets for 30% of executive board by 2030 and 40% of middle management by 2030 as well. And we are about to update those measures and make them a bit more aggressive. We'll be sharing more at our annual conference later this month. And we achieve that through 3 mechanisms. Number 1, campaigning and reporting. We hold the UK's largest energy companies to account. We publish data on each of the companies and in aggregate, and I'll share some of the insights from that in a moment. We do a lot of work supporting women, mentoring them, coaching them, helping them, providing events for them to understand how they can get the support they need to progress their careers. And lastly, we work with industry to really bring those things alive. So if we just go to the final slide on this. So where is the UK at? Well, we've seen strong progress over those 8-9 years since Powerful Women was formed. However, the progress is still a long way from where it needs to be. And you can see some of the stats there. So you can see at the bottom right some of the progress. But at the current rate, we will barely meet those targets. And to me, those targets are not the right targets. The only targets we should be aiming for are 50%, given that 50% of the population are females. And I think what's so shocking is actually just reading some of the statistics there. You know, some 75% of the UK's top energy companies have no female executive directors. 23% have no females on their board. So a lot of work to be done, but something I'm very proud of that is making a difference in the UK, and that's something that the Energy Institute is very closely involved with. So with that brief introduction, I have the pleasure of introducing a really incredible panel. You'll be glad to know I am the only man on the panel. And we've got some virtual attendees as well. So let me first introduce and give a warm round of applause for Talolupe Falala, who is the founding resident of Zinc Ventures. I think, are you online?
Yes, I am. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Hi, yes, I'm dialing in from the UK.
Have we got her online?
Yes.
Okay, let's carry on. I think we've also got Ola. Ola, are you in the room? Come on stage, Ola. Nice to see you again. So Ola is a director at the UK's Department for International Trade. So great to have you on stage. Come on up. I'm also delighted to introduce Alera, sorry, I'm not doing a great job on these names despite Yuande's help. Alera, who is the MD of AAO, Tasalak.
Who is
in the room?
Only Tolu for this one. Okay, good.
Welcome on stage. Charlotte Essiott, who's the director of AOS Orwell. Great to have you here, Charlotte. Welcome on stage, Charlotte. Great to have you here. And Anita, who is the president of Women in Renewable Energy Association, should be online. Do we have her, Anita, online? Not yet. Okay. Do we have anybody online, Yuande? Tulu's online, and then we've got, and have we got Ngozi online from, no? Okay. All right, I shall... Yeah, thank you so much for joining me on stage, ladies. So I guess my first question is, how does it feel to be, and you are all senior females in the energy industry, you've all had phenomenal careers to date, and I'm sure plenty more to achieve. How does it feel to be a senior female leader in the Nigerian energy sector? Who wants to have a go at that question first? Is that right?
I can. Can you hear me? I think you need to push the button.
Hello.
I think you need to put your finger on it. You need to leave your finger on it.
Lost it. There we go.
Like that. Let me give you mine. Use this one. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. And thanks very much for the opportunity to talk about a topic that is really close to heart, particularly when you bring two things together, women and energy. And I must say that the journey so far, I would say the last few years have been exciting. Before then, it was particularly lonely, and there wasn't that kind of understanding of what the issues really were. And I must say, locally, it always appears that we need the world to say something for us to begin to get an appreciation of what the issues are back home. I've been part of this journey on diversity for upwards of 20 years. But I must say it's only in the last 3-4 years that we've actually begun to have active conversations around increasing female participation in the industry. So I would say it's exciting times now. It's been worth the wait, it's been worth the conversations, it's been worth the push. But the real thing now is how do we amplify that to real social impact across board. And I mean, this is one other platform in which we can have that conversation and continue to make the advocacy. So I would say exciting times now.
Thank you. And Charlotte, from your perspective, how does it feel?
So in retrospect, if you hear what Alara just said, it's I think really it's been the past 3 years that we've been able to have a voice, and this voice obviously is from the corridors. It's not like we're really sitting down on that table to be discussing this. There's room for improvement. Can it be better? Yes. I think now it's more about a lot of people acknowledging that this is happening. And of course, I think I'm the only female in leadership in my company. So that also tells you the kind of battles that I face and fight. At the same time, the good thing about it is where it's a win for one female, is the win for all of us. And so we celebrate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Let's go to the online. So I'll come back to you in a minute, Ola, because I've got a slightly different question to ask you. So can we go online? Is Tolu online?
Yes, I am online. Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Fabulous. So look, I mean, how does it feel being a senior female leader, and you're leading a really exciting space as a founder in residence at Zinc Ventures? What does it feel like in that space?
Well, I would say I've been in the energy industry for about 15 years. And I think I definitely would agree with Alero and Charlotte. At first, it was very lonely. Lonely because a few years ago, I technically would be like the only female in the room, a room full of testosterone, if I can say that, maybe 13, 15 men, and always the only woman. And, you know, at first it was always, they wanted to just delegate all the naturally maternal things. Oh, you know, we need to help us get the files, or what are we having for lunch? Men never really wanted to have the important conversation with us. They didn't even want us at the table as at then. So it was quite lonely trying to fight your way, or trying to insist on what I mean, who you really are, you know, trying to maintain that brand and all of that. But I think recently it's been very exciting, and I would say exciting not even from this point, exciting looking at the talent pipeline, exciting looking at all the initiatives, looking at younger girls and how people really want to stay in tech and STEM right now. Exciting also looking at even the younger male, you know, in the office, how, I mean, a lot of people are pledging he for she, and also looking out for opportunities for women. So I think right now it's now more liberal, it's opening up. We're not yet there. I don't think it's still, we're still not at parity, which I know is one of the things we'll talk about, but yes, it is definitely getting better. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, and I've just got a message. So I think we've got Ngozi online. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Yes.
So a warm welcome. You're the chair of Strategic Women and Youth Institute. So welcome, great to have you here. Could you tell us how, you know, from your perspective, you know, what's it been like being a senior female in the Nigerian energy sector?
Well, it's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. And Yewande Abiose, it was nice to have me in. When you talk about energy sector, I'm coming in from the entrepreneur and where I'm a manufacturer. And then so we're related to the energy sector by the things we do, educating women and youth to understand exactly what goes on in the energy sector. It's I always say, bring it down to the basics. If women or youths do not understand what happens there, or they're not showcased properly, if there'll be that mystery of what exactly happens in the energy sector. So it's great. It's a good feeling because we encourage them in innovation, trying to showcase talents, trying to put the voice of women out there. A little bit challenging, a little bit mixed feeling, because sometimes you find that women are so it's one-sided. You have the stereotype biases, you have where, let's say for instance, in a sports match, you can't play with just half of the team. You need to play with the full team, otherwise you will lose. So we have those, I've had those feelings, and as a woman in leadership, and at that point, the challenge is still there. But I know that the gender gap is a work in progress, and we will surmount it. So basically, that's how I feel at this point in time. So yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to Ola now, and you have the experience of working in the UK energy sector and also in Nigeria. You have a sort of Pan-African role as well. I know that you're the DIT's gender champion for Africa from a DIT perspective. What's the same and what's different in your experience between a market like the UK and Nigeria when it comes to gender?
Thank you, Nick. Is that okay?
I can hear yes.
Oh, okay, good. So I started my career here in Nigeria, obviously, before I moved to the UK. And I'm just going to share experiences, because I think it's all about experiences, you know, sharing what you've experienced personally and people can relate with. I remember, so I started in the offshore drilling sector in Nigeria, and I was offshore one day, and one of the gentlemen said to me, you're still here. I was the only girl on board, obviously, so I had to share a room with 4 other men. Of course, that's changed now, but then he said to me, you're still here. So there was a crew change, and he said, you're still here. I thought you'd be married by now and having children, you know? So I met a friend of mine, I think that was a year or 2 ago, and, you know, knowing what I do now, and he was like, wow, his name was Mr. Kazim. And I was like, Mr. Kazim will be so disappointed that you're such a powerful lady now. What's the difference? The difference, again, you can't take out culture. You can't take out exposure. So that's the difference. But when it still comes to, you know, structural limitations, both in the UK and in Nigeria, really. But the difference is the cultural intonations and the lack of exposure, in my opinion.
So how do we get there? What do we need to do differently? And I'm talking in Nigeria, but also the UK. You know, it just staggers me that nearly a quarter of the UK energy companies have 0 females on their board of directors. And we all know this. Every bit of research from Harvard, wherever it's from, tells us that companies with more diverse boards are more successful, they better represent society. Every indicator tells us it's not only the right thing to do, it's the best thing to do for business. So what is it we need to do to break that, do you think? And maybe, Ola, do you want to carry on with that?
So obviously there's several things. It's like a multi-billion tiered cake, you know. It's just a lot of unpacking. But I always say start from the grassroots, because again, you have the corporate level, and then you have the vocational level. You have your everyday woman. If you look at the African context, you have the everyday woman who is cooking by the roadside firewood. So again, in the context of energy transition, it has to be inclusive of everyone. So majority of the conversations ongoing now speak to the corporate end of it, but that's not inclusive. So again, that woman by the roadside who is uneducated is going to have a female child. If she's not educated, she's not going to gear that child towards STEM. She's not going to understand that even the child, the female daughter that she has, can still take vocational training, skilled programs that she can still also be useful. So again, from the corporate level, a lot has been done when it comes to design. It's not inclusive, if you ask me. So before we start saying what should be done is even designing intervention plans. At the design stage, it needs to be inclusive. It needs to be equal representation of the two sexes that exist on Earth, the two stakeholders. So now we are only geared towards one stakeholder, you know, but then having equal representation means a more viable solution, more innovative solution, a diverse, you know, set of solutions, because you have diverse thinking caps on when you have equal representation. So now, what are the things we need to do? We all know what it is. Encourage girls into STEM. Again, like I said, start them really young. Structural barriers should be looked at. Start to unpack what kind of barriers, even within your organization, within your homes. I believe that a society is made up with individuals, and those individuals come from homes. So how are we raising kids? What's the premium we're putting on male kids and the premium we're putting on female kids? What are we gearing our kids towards? Are we gearing boys towards STEM and gearing girls towards more amenable, you know, options? So starting from there, and of course, there's so many things organizations can do. I'm just going to let my other panelists contribute.
Who else wants to come in on that? Alayra, I can tell you're itching to get in.
I think first it starts with the education and the advocacy, but I'm a big one on the targets. Because as you described earlier, when you show the powerful women targets, that changes the conversation of who is in the room. And so just driving that target, I think, is the baseline to start. Because a lot of the time we want to wait to dot all the I's, and then you never get anything done. Just knowing you're going to have 20–30% of women in the room first begins to signpost to the rest of the organization that you're serious about it. It begins to send the right messaging around role modeling, because it forces you to look for women that actually should be in the room. And thirdly, it begins to challenge some of the biases, many of them unknown. Because the real issue is, you hear, I think one of the panel before actually did it for me. Because when we're talking about the renewable energy, and we talked about women in STEM, that panel was not a panel of people from STEM. The decision-making process is not just about the technology. So it's about making sure that we have conversations that challenge some of those underlying beliefs we've held on to for so long. There are different areas in which women should be playing in that dialogue and in that spectrum. And that is what makes the difference to the woman who is on the roadside. Because another woman knows your journey, knows the pain, and role models to her child what the possibilities are. And, you know, as you open the conversation, that we can continue to have the conversation with the same players, we're not going to get different answers. Just forcing that dialogue, for me, is one of the key places to start.
Fabulous points. And I'm struck by this sort of notion around the engagement that people have with energy and how different that is from any of us who are used to the lights whenever we flick the switch and kind of take energy for granted, versus those that still don't have reliable access to energy. And I'm sort of certainly picking up some points that this sort of engagement with energy early on is really important. So maybe we can sort of build on that, and I'll go to Tolu, if you're still online, Tolu. And you're involved in sort of more of the venture space, looking at new technologies. Can you sort of describe how you think about sort of engaging females and how important it is to think about understanding their role in the transition from the perspective of people who may be coming out of energy poverty into a world of energy?
Well, thanks, Nick. That's a very interesting question. I would say yes, I currently work in the venture space, particularly the niche in the environment venture space. So I'm a climate tech and solar expert. And when we look at the transition, the energy transition, the first thing I want to say is we need to look at it as a just energy transition, right? As a gender equal energy transition. So I mean, speaking about energy transition, today there is gender parity in terms of population and numbers. We have 50% of men and 50% of women globally, right? So it's not like men are the number of men outweighs number of women. No. Therefore, it's very important that when we're speaking about energy transition, we're looking at it as a just energy transition that is going to encompass both male and female. And now, if we're looking at the role of women, now we need to understand that women should be policymakers. Women should be well represented in the industry, in the energy industry. Women are beneficiaries, women are consumers, right? So we have women represented on the 4 levels of the pyramid. So we need to ensure that whatever agenda initiatives that we're coming up with actually will target women. So in terms of women from even the lower cadre, from people at the bottom of the pyramid, we can start to think of inclusion in terms of energy, clean cooking, but let's look at people in the rural, women in the rural. How do we encourage female rural smallholder farmers? What kind of initiatives are we going to come up with for them to also ensure that they are also included in this transition? We need to look at the woman that is a stay-at-home mom. How do we ensure that she has she understands energy efficiency? So today we might believe that we don't have enough power, but even the power that we have right now, the energy that we enjoy, how are we able to efficiently harness and use that? So I believe we need to start to look at women as consumers, policymakers, industry decision makers, and let's look at the representation of women in the energy sector at the decision-making level of the energy sector. I can go on and on, but I think I just want to leave this here as a basis. Maybe we can then explore more on this.
And I'm really struck, and it links back to the last session on renewables, as we go to this decentralized model, the way that consumers engage with energy is fundamentally different. And whether you're in Lagos or London, most consumers today flick the light switch on, they have no idea where that power comes from, they don't know the carbon, they don't know how reliable it is, and you flip that around to a decentralized. And some of the examples we had in that previous session really resonate the level of engagement consumers have. And so therefore, the notion that consumers are absolutely at the heart of this transition, and guess what, 50% of consumers are women, really just shifts the mindset. We've got a poll, hopefully if the production team can bring it on, because I was struck by the point you just made there, Tolu, about policymakers. So can we go to the Menti poll, please? Hopefully we've got the poll coming up.
No poll. Okay, no, it's not there. Can you just carry on, and
okay,
we'll,
all right.
work on
So
it. Just carry on.
well, let's get to the heart of the question at hand. And I guess I made an assertion which kind of I personally fundamentally believe we cannot deliver a just transition without achieving gender parity in the sector and actually diversity of every sense. To get there, I mean, can I ask each of the panelists, and maybe we'll start with you, Charlotte, I assert that, I believe it, but why is it? Why is it so important we need to have gender parity in order to deliver a just transition to net zero?
So there are a lot of factors to this, yeah? When you look at, when we go through the entire spectrum of energy transitioning from whatever energy source we're bringing to the other end, it's very imperative that to get to where we want to be and bringing in the gender part of it, you need to first educate a lot of people. There has to be a lot of education. There has to be a lot of training, advocacy. That has to start happening. As we go through all of this, there's also something that I like to call the economic independence. When that happens with the education, you're already getting to the next level. You're already having to know that, okay, I can do this, we can walk through all of this. And then there's something I always like to talk about. We can sit here and talk about everything in form of energy transition. If we don't have the right representation in government to be speaking about policies that should be changing our way of life, that should be changing different things as regards what we should be doing. So for example, we don't have representation, 0 females in government talking about policy change, even in as little as this energy transition that we keep talking about. We will keep living in Stone Age because it will never move. We can't move that, to the next level. And then I think also at the end of the day, I heard some things last week on energy transition, and I think I'll bring it up here. I heard some people who were extremely religious about energy transition, and I couldn't understand where religion comes into this. But that's a factor as well. So I wrote it up here, and I'm like, maybe it would be, maybe lack of religious freedom is also a factor, as I would call it. So if you look through all of this at the end of the day, if we can conquer a few of this, it's very easy to have the females running and sitting pretty in the energy transition space.
Thank you. And Alera, how do you see this?
So I would say that energy is not an end in itself. It's actually meant to unlock the potential of a people. And I believe that the whole conversation around the energy transition is really to unlock the potential of the people across the world. And who are the most underserved right now is the women. Whereas the latent capacity that is not being utilized now is the women. So it's really important that they're part of that dialogue, because once you get the dialogue right, you get the right solutions in place, the education happens, the empowerment happens, and then the involvement in decision-making becomes real. We have, in Nigeria right now, I believe in the course of this year, we've been having this issue with the National Assembly on the gender bill. Because to be honest, there are no women there. And how do women get there? It's through empowerment. How does that come? Is your financial and economic abilities. So I believe that parity is so important in terms of unlocking the total value chain and the potential of the nation. And that is why the conversations need to include the women, the decisions need to include the women, and even the whole ecosystem, the investments, the structures. Women need to be playing a clear role in that, because that is really where we begin to unlock the potential of the nations.
And I love the concept of latent capacity you just described, because I think a lot of people think of this as a zero-sum game, and I don't subscribe to that view. You know, the human potential that is not unleashed is such a huge opportunity for Nigeria, for the UK, for every country on the planet, and we need millions of people that are going to go out there and install solar PV, heat pumps, EV chargers, as well as developing natural gas and everything else we need. And this capacity that is not being utilized is such an opportunity. So that really resonates with me. Thank you for sharing that. Orla, how do we think about this? You know, why is it so fundamental to the transition?
So equal representation is fundamental to a just energy transition. I think I'm just going to piggyback on what Alera said and look at, I'll focus on Africa, you know, developing nations with women. She's mentioned women empowerment. I think when people think about just energy transition, they're just thinking climate change. But if you dig deep into it, you see immense opportunities across the entire value chain and supply chain of the energy sector. So people think renewables and then they think solar. There are over 8 to 10, even more than 10 subsectors within the renewable, industry. And if you look, you're only thinking engineering, you're thinking electricals, but you're not thinking about the litigation that comes with that. You're not thinking about all the prospects. The projected 30 million jobs by 2030, that's the projected amount of jobs that renewable is supposed to bring. Now look at that, that's 30 million. There is this African saying, I'm not sure if most people know about it, that says, empower a man and you empower a household. Empower a woman and you empower a community. So again, this is why, gender representation is key for us. If we really want this to move fast enough, like I said, women must be at the decision-making table. At the conception table, women must be there. And women must also empower themselves to understand, get the reliable and relevant knowledge. Do not just think, oh, I do not know how to install solar. No. If you're a lawyer, you're valid in the transition agenda. If you are a political person, international relations, just look at your job. You are valid, and there is a value that you can also transfer onto the next generation or just within your community. So for me, this is an immense opportunity that everyone should wake up to, starting from the government level all the way to the end of the barrel. This presents immense opportunity for developing nations to really grab hold of it. Look at the hydrogen rush. I really must talk about the hydrogen rush. This is positioning Africa. This is like a diversification from our foreign earnings from fossil. Hydrogen production and exporting that into the West is the new play. So again, what are women doing to position themselves into these new opportunities that are emerging? I'm just going to leave that there.
And I love how you recognize, the diversity of different disciplines, and that's something that we really pride ourselves at the Energy Institute globally, is this being this safe, convening space where lawyers, engineers, behavioral scientists can come together. And I think when we think about diversity, gender diversity, absolutely, but we need all those disciplines to work in a way that they haven't worked together for much of history, frankly, in the energy sector. And so I'm very encouraged by what you said there. If we go back online then, and Ngozi, leading the Strategic Women and Youth Institute, how do you see this absolute necessity to have gender parity and other forms of diversity? How does that play out into delivering the just zero, the just energy transition to net zero?
Well, like I said earlier on, education is very important. All that feeling of we have an elephant in the room is totally different now. Lack of women participating in key roles in the renewable energy sector, like she said, the whole value chain is unsustainable. We all know that women tend to be more open-minded, more inclusive in their approach. So basically, what we've been trying to do is to encourage, advocate that a more female holistic approach by men and women is needed to shift from, like power games towards values that matter, such as environment, health, education, well-being. We need to increase the role of women participation in the field of green energy, introduce new skills to the energy sector, get people to always go back to the basic. I've said that many times. When you go back to the basic, you start from there and begin to understand precisely where you're going to. You encourage the voice of women, which is very, very, very crucial. Doesn't matter how small you are, there's so much power in your voice. It makes a difference. No action is small. I tend not to call myself an activist. When you head an institute, you're meant to appear teaching. But sometimes you push yourself out there, Go there, use your voice, speak. Education, it's no longer a classroom thing. What we tend to encourage is basically pushing out talents, letting people see talents, how useful their talents are in the energy sector, innovation, what they're doing. Where are people recognizing them? Are people seeing the effort that maybe it's women, youth in any form, what they're doing, how what they're putting together is encouraging the transition, energy transition process, and a lot more. For instance, for me, as a woman in the energy space, I'm more like a business support provider, where we manufacture office furniture and we think of how the furniture we're using, how it will affect the climate we're in, how it will affect the raw materials we use in manufacturing, how those sort of things. Like somebody talked about, talking about domestic and so on, SMEs, MSMEs, that's all we deal with. We encourage people to understand how and the roles they play, how useful the roles they play support energy transition, what their skills, how they approach the things they do, how they put out their skills, and how it would add up. There's no one rule, there's no one equation that says this is the way to, get into energy transition. There's no one rule. It's everybody's input in any little way that would make people understand how their daily lives will affect energy transition. I take.
Thank you. And we followed most of that. The sound isn't great, so if you're able to do something to your microphone, that may help as we have any more comments from you. We're rapidly coming to the end of the session. What I'd like to do is just open it up to the audience for any questions that are out there. So has anybody got any questions or comments they'd like to raise from the audience? Well, I'm going to take that everybody agrees been said. If we've got a few more, are we okay for a few more minutes?
Yes, we have a few more minutes.
What I'd like to
Questions?
do...
There's a question there.
Got a question? We have got a question.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, like you said, it's lonely at the top. And, being, you said you're the only female in your organization at the management role. I want to know how you manage situations whereby you seem to be the lone voice in the room. And maybe even when people, your idea is relevant and people don't want to be visibly seen to support you. How do you manage such situations? Thank you.
Anybody want to try that? Charlotte, you look?
The question was for me, yes? Yes. So it's in the course of my career, my life in this sector, or my career life in this sector, I think I've only had one female boss, and that was when I was in Chiswick. And so all my years, I've always had a male boss. So I learned something with the guys. They're very okay with you being the neck and them the head. So literally, the neck controls the head. Do you understand that? So you don't seem to be pushy, but I also learned emotional intelligence very fast. And so I'm saying this, but I mean this. And I know that he understands what I mean. And literally, it happens. I've not had it's not been very smooth, of course. I've also had very, very tough personalities like myself as bosses. But what I've also learned is experience will tell. And that experience always is, there's always going to be trouble because you didn't go the way I said. And when it happens, and then I become your fire brigade, fire service. I'm fighting that fire that has just happened. And so when it happens, you've earned a lot of trust. You've earned a lot of loyalty. So before it's even happening the second time, that email is going to you, or that conversation is happening in your office, not even in the boardroom anymore. So yes, before you get to that stage, you're going to have a lot of opposition. But what is key is always being able to understand that the objective here is for the good of the company, correct? And then at the end of the day, learn a lot of emotional intelligence. It will work. It will help you. I hope I helped you. Thank you.
I think that's a great bit of advice. And the other observation I would say is there is something about how men play into this conversation, and the number of times, and I've known senior females in industry who one day have been told that they're too aggressive, too assertive, and then the next day they've been told they're not aggressive and they're not assertive enough. Now, I don't think any man, or very few men, have ever been told they're too assertive or they're not assertive enough. And so the role of men in this is critical, and I absolutely recognise that. So I'm looking at every man in this room too. We are very close to time.
Our polls are ready now, if you'd like to take them. The polls.
Polls, we've got the polls. So we'll have the polls, and then whilst we're doing the polls, I'm going to ask our panellists just one ask of this audience, and think of the audience as the global energy sector, so those in the room, but also those beyond. One ask that will make a difference to achieving the goal we're looking to do. So whilst you're thinking of your answers to that question, will fair representation of women in policy-making positions facilitate a just energy transition? Okay, that's...
It's a no-brainer.
Only 5 votes so far, but it's looking pretty definitive. I think it would be quite a brave person who voted no. Oh, we've got a brave person in the room. Okay. Or online, perhaps.
I like that person. He's not shy.
Okay. Well, look, it's not 100% definitive, but it's not there. There's probably a different way of asking that question that might sort of make it more definitive as well. And have we got the next question?
Next question, please.
Okay. What are the barriers to female participation in the energy sector? So insufficient education, societal and cultural norms, and risk of job. I'm not quite sure what I mean by that, but okay. So look, it's pretty clear it's society, and I'll be very clear. It's not Nigerian society. It's not UK society. It's global society that needs to change. And I suspect if you ran that poll in the UK right now, you would get pretty much the same answer. So let's just draw this to a close. I'm going to ask each of our panelists just to come on one more time and very briefly. What's your ask of the audience in the room, online, and across the rest of the energy sector? We'll go back to online first. So, Tolu, you've been very patient. What's your one ask on this topic?
So for me, one ask would be we need to support more women in political and policy representation. We need to have more women there. I think that's just. I have more than one, but I'll leave it there.
Okay, well, sure, there's a long list. Ngozi? Don't know if we've got Ngozi still on the line. Okay, well, let's go to the room and maybe Ngozi will come on. Ola, you want to ask?
My one ask is to be intentional in your respective organizations. If you look around on your board and on the senior leadership, if there are no women and you find a lot of women at the bottom pillar, please create an enabling environment where they can rise to the top, an enabling human resource environment that can ensure that you bring in more women. There's equal gender representation in recruitment. Thank you.
Well said, thank you. Alera?
Along the same lines, mine will be advocacy and allyship of the men, because right now you're still you have the majority seats at the table, and just using that to make the case and advocate for equal representation will be my ask.
Thank you. And Charlotte, last word.
It would be a combination of both Ola and Alero, which is for me is making sure, of course, you're advocating for the females, but at the same time having a role model as a guy who is able to speak to other guys on behalf of the females, at the same time dealing with all the unconscious bias.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a big round of applause for my fabulous panel today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause, please. If you please stand for a photo. And then... Yes, I liked what one of the panelists said, around going beyond the traditional roles of, engineering and, that you can actually add value in whatever field that you are in, whether it's law, whatever skill you're in. So that was really insightful. And so like the audience said, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was an interesting panel. I hope you found that insightful and in line with the asks as well. I hope as we are in the room, industry participants, people who work in the sector, we also go into our organizations and try and make these changes as well. We'll be moving right along to the next panel. Technological innovation and collaborations, revamping Nigeria's energy sector. And I have the pleasure of introducing the moderator for this panel, Temitayo Ogunbanjo. Is he in the room? Temitayo is an experienced corporate executive with over 2 decades experience in the finance and oil and gas sectors in Nigeria. He presently serves in the executive management team in Niger Delta Exploration and Production PLC as the general manager and subsidiary director of ND Refineries Limited. Please welcome Temitayo Ogunbanjo. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I guess this is a session before lunch, and I hope I still have your attention before, before we eat. But thank you very much for everyone who's stayed for the sessions today. I think there's a lot that has been said at the conference starting yesterday. And I took a few notes of a few key learnings, which I think will drive some of the conversation we will have today. I mean, it was clear from yesterday that the world will need to understand that for Nigeria or for economies like ours, the fuel, when we speak energy transition, cannot be solely renewables, as it were, but for us, it appears gas is that transition fuel. And it was also mentioned yesterday, also potentially the destination fuel. But that does not take away the place for renewables. And I like the case that was made here at 2 sessions prior on the case for renewables. But it was also mentioned what the challenge or what the key challenges are. Clearly, financing, I think, is the biggest challenge to that transition, and we spoke about that. I think there's a session later today that will touch on that. But I don't know if anyone noticed at the first session today, the poll that was held, it was about the key challenges to energy transition. What were they? I think the first was, or the highest vote was financing, as is to be expected. But I'm not sure if anyone noticed the second. The second was actually technology. And that's what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about the challenge, the key challenge of technological innovations and the collaborations that are required to be able to achieve the energy transition that we seek. And of course, the context is within Nigeria and the developing world, as I would say it. So we'll go into it. We have a panel of well-experienced professionals who will do this topic, I believe, the justice that is required. I have the honor of inviting them up. I will start first with those who are in the room, and we have one person who will be joining us virtually. I have the pleasure of inviting Ms. Anita Omole to come up stage, please. She is the Managing Director and President of Deep Blue Energy Services. You are welcome, please. She has over 25 years of oil industry experience, including previous work as the Vice President, Sub-Saharan Africa for Foster Wheeler, handling a portfolio across 7 African countries. She also previously worked in Shell. Her current role involves her driving local content penetration and compliance in the Nigerian energy sector. And she's a leading voice in the Nigerian upstream sector, passionate about mentoring young oil and gas professionals. You're welcome. The next person I'll have up is Ms. Rosario Osobase. You're welcome. She is the Managing Director of Tenaris Nigeria. Please have a seat. She's responsible for the company's business agenda in Nigeria, close to 2 decades experience across several industries as well. She's a director on the board of the Petroleum Contractors Trade Section, PCTS, and she's actually the association's executive secretary. She's a council member as well of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, the R&D Council, and she provides advisory inputs on R&D and advancement. She has a keen interest in energy transition, energy access, and sustainable measures for economic development. Rosario, you're welcome. I believe we have one more person in the room, Ms. Jade Onilenla. You're welcome. Please join us. Please. She's the strategy manager at Sahara Group. You're welcome. She's got various competencies in business analysis and strategic development, over a decade in energy and management consulting. She's ex-Schlumberger, ex-Boston Consulting Group. Quite a distinguished CV, if I say so myself. And she works to identify finance needs and also finding the right financing for the right energy mix as well. So, Jadi, you're welcome. The final person who will be joining us on this panel is online. His name is Dr. Nimi Abili. Do we have Dr. Nimi? Yes, he is. You are welcome. Please, a round of applause for him, please. I'll just introduce him very quickly as well. He's the CTO and chairman of the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, Houston, the U.S. Gulf Coast branch. He's internationally experienced technology development expert, an executive management advisor, over 2 decades within energy and the digital industry. He has a record of achievements in driving disruptive technology efficiency outcomes on critical infrastructure projects. He's actually worked on projects across the energy value chain valued at over $12 billion. And he's an accomplished author and conference speaker. So once again, you're welcome, Dr. Nimi. I'm going to set it off by inviting Dr. Nimi to just set us off with a brief keynote speech. I've said to him to keep it within 3 to 5 minutes. So I'm going to try to police him, but join me as well in policing him. I know he's an accomplished speaker, and when he gets speaking, I reckon that he does speak. So we'll start off with you, Dr. Nimi. Please go ahead.
Right, thank you for the introduction. I hope everyone can hear me clearly remotely.
Again, if we can hear him. Sorry, did you ask if we can hear you?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right, good. Yeah, so the energy industry is actually undergoing a fundamental change with Industrial 4.0, automating processes with sensors and actuators and incorporating edge computing locally. It's enabling remote intelligent operations, operational optimizations, predictive maintenance, energy efficiency boosting, and also cognitive safety, oil field operations. Now, this is enabled with embedded digital insight, hyper automations, and of course, enhanced agility across production systems with the objective of increasing productivity, delivering cost saving, and of course, improving superior customer experience. The fact is that actionable data that we actually get from all these sensors, devices, from series of destructive technologies are not just a game changer. They are actually the enabler for us to really make some very good predictive, insights. Is this actionable data that will actually help to drive organizational, transformation strategies and of course make it more profitable and sustainable. So technology innovations, which is core to our discussion today, creates that value, for investments. Technology on its own cannot actually create the required, value on projects. It has to do more with the applications, of this technology that brings about innovations on the value chain. So innovations in the portfolio management can be realized with the right collaborations of competence, as there is innovation in collaborations. When we actually come together, of course, brainstorm over solutions, over our assets. The energy industry needs the best bright minds and technology experts to leverage the value we need to sustain profitability. So collaborations with tech partners, in the ecosystem is very key for us to enhance and realize our return on investment on complex investments in the energy sector. And this can actually drive change in organizations, making data more provisional for us to increase availability of assets backed with cloud and edge computing, which is well orchestrated to help us to harness the insights from those data. So when digital adoption is well orchestrated, it has the potential to boost efficiency gains across the energy ecosystem. This actually makes us curious, and of course, calls for the urgent needs for the energy industry to partner, with other native companies so that they can actually co-create solutions in driving these adoption of digital enablement across the oil and gas sectors. The industry does not need to reinvent the wheel, as we have actually seen in most discussions, as technology exists. What is right now is collaboration of ideas and applications of destructive use cases across the digital and energy industry to give it a sustainable solution for the ecosystem. Deployment of autonomous systems such as AI, and also for remote operations, IoT for connectivity for pervasive platforms across legacy assets, digital twin, which we know is now more visible across our facilities, enable us to see around corners of the facilities. All these technologies are actually enablers that can help us to achieve predictive maintenance and of course protect critical assets, in the ecosystem. So energy and digital tech partners or collaborators, leaders must collaborate to drive outcomes with inside digital engineering in this age of disruption.
Thank you, Dr. Nimi. I don't know if we can work on the sound, yes, because it's a bit low. So, Dr. Nimi, please, if you can hear me very well, when you speak, can you also try to project your voice a bit louder so that it's a big hall and everyone is we're waiting on every word you say. So if we can't hear you very well, it's not quite good. But thank you for starting off this conversation. We all know that technology is disrupting, industries, all across, the space where you're talking finance, you're talking, education, health, everyone. I mean, every industry has been disrupted. And there are key drivers to this, if I would say so, improvements in AI, Internet of Things, we've got cloud computing, all of that. It'd be interesting to know how the energy industry is embracing these technologies, and if it's generally being seen as an enabler or more like a drag on the established processes that we have. I wanted Dr. Nimi to take this, but I think that I will have Anita start off this, if you don't mind.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I guess, like you mentioned, when it's before lunch and people have to talk, sometimes they kind of, but I'll try and make this interesting in the sense that I will speak as a business owner.
Correct.
So I'll be speaking from experience. Okay. Enablers, Nigeria is a fantastic country. We're very good at setting up committees and laws and everything and thereabout. And I've found out that having been an entrepreneur now for like 13, 14 years, my biggest challenge has never really been in terms of technology or getting things done properly. It's getting the agencies, that's government regulators or government in quote, and enablers to even understand where it is I'm going. Technology, whether we like it or not, is something that is growing globally. And the interesting thing is the world is now more flat, as in we can all see and are experiencing what is happening. And the good thing is, as Nigerians, we're actually very, very good when it comes to jumping. Our drag has been the I don't want to say that the agencies are not educated enough to understand what it is that they're supposed to be doing, in the sense that one of the gentlemen mentioned about bringing in solar panels and how in itself the frustration you get from clearing. It brings me down to, I remember when Jimovia said he started cyberspace and his dishes, and the government saying this is an opportunity to spy, so because of that he was not giving the licenses. So it almost seems like our drag in this part of the world is the people that are meant to make business a better conducive environment for us, understand where it is we're headed. In terms of the businesses themselves, having access and developing and working on the technologies and the innovation, I think our drive to always want to succeed makes us always ready. It is the government agencies that do not understand where we are heading and what their roles are. It's as stupid as FIRS not understanding that 1% becomes part of my cost for NCDMB because it is something I need to pay. You understand? So I'll stop there and let someone else.
I like the way you've practicalized it, because you've actually brought it down. A round of applause for her, please. You've hit it on the head, where the gap is there, the willingness is there from the industry, but you don't have the right support, I would say, from the regulators and from those who ought to be enablers for your business. Jadi, I'll pick on you for this as well. Just following on from that, I mean, what is your view in terms of, given the constraints that we have, how has your experience been, or how do you take, what is your view concerning the industry's ability, or should I say readiness, to be able to imbibe the technological changes and innovation that typically, like she had said, Anita said, comes from offshore?
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Jadi Sola. I work as the strategy manager at Sahara, but my personal interest really lies in seeing how we can unite the needs of financial services with climate.
You need to project. They're about to go and eat, so you need to project, yeah.
Okay. So how I think about absorbing technology, especially in the energy space, I think it has to be integrated across board, not only in companies, but across the entire chain in three ways. So first is unity in terms of governments. The second is unity in terms of the players. So the players here is like the IOCs, the technology companies, and then unity in terms of financing, the sources of financing. So I'll start with governments, for example. The government role in terms of policies and regulations is to create an enabling environment. So you want to create an enabling environment for financiers to bring in money. You want to create an enabling environment for the IOCs and the technology companies to play. But what we find is there also has to be unity in terms of the enabling environment, especially within regions. A good example is the PIA. So the PIA works for Nigeria. You know, you optimize the fiscal terms such that the players here, they pay less tax depending on where exactly they are playing, which is very interesting. But what you also find is that there's a lot of similarities between us and neighboring countries. And what we need to do is the governments need to come together to create policies that actually unite them. For example, like Nigeria has, a lot of gas. Some countries in Africa don't have gas. What happens to that intra-regional connection? Aside that, there's also a lot of export from African countries into Europe. We don't need to do it separately. We can all come together, have a best practices hub where we actually share that. Another good example is the nationally determined contributions by the COP27. So Nigeria's initially nationally determined contribution stated net zero by 2050, but there's been an adjustment now, and it's 2060 now. And a lot of the energy for Africa is mainly supposed to power like an economic development. So if you look at the US and Europe, for example, they were powered by fossil fuels. If you look at China between like the late 70s and now, they've been powered by coal. And if you look very closely, China isn't really interested in stopping coal because they've seen how it has powered their economy. So here we are asking Africans to do what has never been done before, power our economy through disintegrated, decentralized sources of energy. So what we find is a lot of these models are developed in the West and sponsored by the West. And what happens is two things. First thing is whoever pays the drummer dictates the tune. So obviously they're solving for themselves. They know what they're going to produce, and then they just walk backwards to Africa. The second thing is they tend to take the whole of Africa as one country or one state and just make assumptions. And these assumptions are made from proxies that come from maybe Southeast Asia. So I think what we need to do as Africa is start to invest in developing our own data, such that the systems that are developed to model our behaviors, our policies, our poverty rate, our expectations to grow, etc., they're just generally more representative of where we are as opposed to using proxies that may not work for us. So I'll just leave the companies and the finances for later.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ade. So what I think you both touched on are hurdles that sort of like prevent the adoption of technology and innovation within our space. I heard that of the private and public sector collaboration that isn't quite there, or there are challenges with that. I've also heard the unique defining circumstances, I believe it is, within our environment that is not necessarily shared from the developed world where this technology is coming from. I also hear what will I call it now? The inter-industry collaboration. And I don't know, Dr. Nimi, I don't know if you're on, but I wanted you to speak a bit on this. The challenges or the hurdle from the lack of, or if you believe otherwise, the lack of inter-industry collaborations that prevent the adoption of technology and innovation within the energy sector, in Nigeria. Can you just speak briefly to this?
Yes, there's a huge need for collaborations, though we see a huge gap right now. Needs to partner with disruptors. It could be ecosystem startups, tech companies, for them to actually come in and create that inroad for us to be able to see around corners of our assets through data orchestrations, because as we know, data is very critical for us to understand our asset and of course make some very good decisions when it comes to predictions and also maintenance. So this collaboration basically is growing. I think it's on a slow pace, if you ask me. Our industry is quite conservative. We are not like the disruptors. We are more cautious. So with the COVID, as we know, it accelerated the adoptions of these technologies. And stakeholders right now are studying, assessing, the opportunities and the benefits of this technology, how you can actually transform most of operations to become more productive, at the same time to meet their margins of production. So I think that is actually growing right now. There is much appetite for key players right now to really partner with the tech industry, for example, and of course, bring in disruptors, new startups who are very aggressive and agile in their approach. This will really help us to really accelerate adoption, increase our pace of production, and of course, reduce our emissions, which of course is tied to more of the safety aspects of our equipment, but through data, of course, they can help us to really achieve these goals.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nimi. I like the point you make about the willingness, that there is that willingness. Sometimes it's also forced by circumstances outside of the industries themselves. So for instance, you spoke about COVID creating that environment that then allows or forces the parties to start to collaborate, and the energy sector has to pick up things from other sectors, to better operate. Yes. So thank you for picking on that. I want to go into research and development, where I think we should talk about that collaboration or lack thereof, once again, between the private and the public sectors, because it's something that drives change within any industry. But where there is a lack of collaboration between those two, then you see the effects, in that R&D that then brings about, the necessary accelerator for change, if I'll put it that way. So I'll throw this at you, Rosario. How do we build this culture of, innovation through R&D within our local space? I mean, we know there are challenges, but if you don't mind, just speak briefly, just touch on what your view is concerning these challenges and how you think we can overcome them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that question, Temitayo. I think, to begin this conversation, it would be good to probably project into the national budget, Nigeria's national budget, as a starting point of what the problem really is. I think our approach so far to R&D, which, by the way, is the bane of innovation, is the bane of industrialization, has shown that we are clearly not yet on the right trajectory towards building a pipeline of technology and innovation.
That's correct.
The budget, for instance, and I'd like to give this instance around what countries like Saudi Arabia do, what countries like China do, what countries like the US and Russia do in terms of R&D. And when you're looking at their spend, they have about 2% or 2 to 3% of their GDP going to R&D focus, right? And so far, when you're looking at the trend in Nigeria, you don't even see R&D surfacing anywhere in our national budget.
That's correct.
So I think that's the beginning of the problem. So to foster this collaboration, we need to begin to, in my own view, de-emphasize government's focus on trying to drive the market and letting the market drive itself. First and foremost, one of the things that I'd like to highlight in bringing about or improving the collaboration is really on attracting a triple helix model that brings together the government, the industry and the academia, because we can't talk about R&D without talking about the academic world.
Yeah.
And in that way, when all three meet together, we can begin to co-create solutions that are not just homegrown, but are tailored for our industry and are tailored specifically to meet our economic challenges. So in that view too, I also believe that one of the issues that the government can help with, in this collaboration, or two dimensions that the government can strengthen, in the collaboration would be, one, to fund, obviously, R&D projects, or to fund R&D to the extent that the spends are glaring enough to see impacts in the economy. And then secondly, to put policies in place that drive the discussion and that collaboration in a very healthy way, bearing in mind that you have intellectual property discussions that normally would become sensitive around when you're bringing parties together.
That's correct.
Another point as well is that I mentioned previously, they need to be led by the market, they need to be driven by the market. R&D solutions need to be, problems that we already encounter in country, and the need to address these problems. So if we take the approach of the government not focusing on running the business for the industry and letting the industry drive these discussions, then it becomes pertinent that, R&D discussions must be on the backdrop of commercially motivated, let's say, ongoing discussions.
That's correct.
So I think this would also help to strengthen the collaboration, because obviously, as business companies and all businesses in the oil and gas, maybe apart from Energy Institute, that's a non-profit organization, are basically profit-driven. So if we are profit-driven, then it makes sense that we are looking out for trying to get returns on our investments. So this has to be driven by something that is commercially motivated. Another point as well that I see is now zooming into the academia world, is that a lot of research is done in Nigeria. Massive research is done. But right now, the trend is that our research is very outdated, or has an outdated focus rather than a futuristic focus. And I think all panelists have spoken into, especially our panelists online, has spoken into the need for us to conceptualize technology around the mega trends or the future direction of technology. And because this is key, today we are talking Internet of Things, we are talking AI, we're speaking about 3D printing as a way of prototyping, rapid prototyping, and many other ongoing mega trends.
Correct.
Then it becomes very necessary that the academia embraces very futuristic research, so that they are not just relatable for the industry, but also able to, be utilized by the industry as well. So this way, it would make the collaboration more interesting, and obviously deepen the discussion within the space for collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I like the way you brought it in, where you gave that it should be market-driven, so it should be industry-driven, as it were, so that it is relevant, but there is a place for the government to be able to facilitate that conversation. And I like also how you brought the academia in, and their place of being able to, if you will, determine what needs, what futuristic focus that R&D element should have. So thank you very much for that. I like that. But again, we're going to continue on this collaborative efforts conversation, and really how to deepen it. Jadi, I'll ask you this, to what extent is the lack of sharing data, across industries or within the same industry, across parties within the same industries, for instance, how is that hampering innovation?
Yeah, sure. So I'll just piggyback on what Rosario just said about a lot of work academia is doing in terms of research. And I'm clearly very passionate about net zero, so that's always going to be my example. So when you think about a lot of academic work now is researching the differences, like taxing people for carbon. So a lot of countries are determining whether or not they use carbon taxes or they use exchange trade systems. So carbon taxes is, you generate X amount of carbon and we charge you for it. And we continue to charge you until the point where your costs are even more than your revenue, and only naturally you start producing less carbon. And exchange traded systems work where there's a limit to the entire carbon an entire industry can generate, and then you prorate it by company. You say X company can do X and Y. So at the end of the day, whatever difference you have, if you produce less, you can sell that and etc. But what you find is that the bottom rock of that is the data that is available in terms of measurements. So the question for Nigeria today, for example, is carbon taxes or carbon credits? We don't have any of it. Who is collecting the data in terms of emission? Like I said, a lot of the research is driven by the West, so a lot of assumptions are being made. Who is the person calculating how many carbon atoms are coming out of biomass? If you ask oil and gas, to pay for the ones for carbon flaring, that's fine. But who pays for biomass? Who pays for transportation? Who pays for cooking? etc. So the government just really needs to spend a lot of time investing in technology that actually measures the data. I think data is so important. If you don't even have the data, there's nothing to share. So the Nigerian government, the African government needs to spend a lot of time investing in the data that is required in order for us to even participate in these global energy or data exchanges.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daddy. I'm going to move on now. And I'll again pick a point you make, Rosario, about the academia and the place of the academia. But maybe I should take Dr. Nimi to ask this. Dr. Nimi, are you still on?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So the place of that exchange between the industry and academia, let us know your view concerning how committed you think the industry is in collaborating with academia to actually identify, possible solutions to critical issues, and what you think are the blockers or what the hindrances to that exchange, as it were, that handshake between academia and industry.
Yes, I think it's critical for the energy transition, particularly for companies, government regulators to collaborate with the academia, to drive these adoptions. Because we know the academia is a house for research and innovations and needs to be funded. I think that's one of the key issues, basically. There must be commitment on funding, to ensure that we are able to not only to develop these solutions, but also able to develop talents. Because talents, basically, I think the academia play a key role in developing the talents of the future that will help us to accelerate this journey. So funding is very key. They need to fund most of these R&D projects. There commitments in terms of goals, set some goals in terms of achievements, what they want to achieve on the milestones. And they need to look at scalability of these innovations. We don't want to end up just on the lab, just on POCs alone. We're just doing pilots, and we're not scaling this across, real-time assets. I think there's no value if we don't actually achieve that. So we need to really get in the bright minds, the bright talents, train future talents for the industry, because without the future talents, it becomes difficult for us to really, achieve our future goal of net zero, for example, in the next 30 years. So we need to actually change the mindset, the culture, because we operate now on a legacy mindset, you understand, the system of things. We want to now think more digitally. So we need that change of mindset, from the grassroots. And that grassroots, of course, comes from the academia. That is why academia is very, very key, for industry to partner and, of course, drive, this scalability.
Thank you. But if you don't mind, I want to deepen this a bit. I want to take you on what you said in terms of the collaboration between industry and academia. Is it squarely on the government to be able to fund that exchange, isn't there a place for the industry itself to be able to fund that, given that also the industry knows the issues, they know what the burning issues are, they can also sense what the future issues are. What's your view?
Yes, the industries must be champions in these collaborations, not just the government, you stand. The government is to create that incentives for industry to partner with academia to advance these innovations. You know, just like our speakers mentioned about carbon accounting there. There's what they call, you know, the a payback when you are able to account for your carbon, basically, you know, kind of a credits. So the governments can actually incentivize, you know, most of the industries for them to partner and, of course, drive these innovations. But the government cannot do the innovations themselves. They can actually be champions of this, you know. So it's those stakeholders, the industry, that have key interest on their assets that can actually drive this change. Of course, they need the resources, they need the talent, they need the innovations to actually change and optimize their operations. So obviously, the industry will be the champion in driving this. For them to achieve this goal, there is need for them to really, you know, work in collaborations with the academia from the onset. They need to partner with the academia from the onset. They need to also train talent. You stand right from, you know, inception of getting students into the schools. They need to prepare their minds, you understand, and of course, get them engaged, even right in their assets, you know, for some trainings, for them to actually see how their learning is having an impact in the real world. So in the industry, basically, yes, they have to play a key role in driving change.
Thank you very much. I like that. I'm going to, before you leave, Anita, I want your take on this particular issue as well, which is the industry's place of pulling that exchange, if you will, putting resources in place to be able to finance this and enabling that adequate exchange with academia, to be able to bring that technology and innovation that can come from there through R&D to the development of the industry itself.
Okay, so first, you know, when I spoke earlier on, I said the country is fantastic at coming up with committees, laws, everything. Yeah. When the fintech era started and the technology and thereabout, I'm sure you're aware of the Nigerian Startup Act that was basically set up.
Yes.
That is supposed to create an enabling environment, help with development, provide support and thereabout for. When the Nigerian Local Content Act was set up, fallout was the Oil and Gas Trainers Association, which is supposed to take care of oil and gas training requirement, working with the academy here. You know, so as a country, we're fantastic as coming up with all the ideas. And I think the key thing that seems to be missing in most cases is marrying these fantastic ideas with the funding to ensure that it produces the results that are required. Correct. And making sure the right people are there. So I deviate a bit and I try to use a lot of real life scenario.
Please do.
Discos were giving up. Giving out, I would say. There are people that have the technical competence to be able to manage this properly. But if it becomes the same old Nigerian, just give it to people that know it, it becomes what we see, which is one of the problems we have in the country. It's not so much as in the fact that you don't have people that want to concentrate on research and development, that do understand that the competition and the market is not only in Nigeria. You know, when I started up my business, I said I'm a solutions provider. So what I do is I find what the challenge is or the problem, and then I look for how to make money out of it, right? Trying as much as possible to keep away from government and agencies, because in my own space, they frustrate instead of enable. Now, in terms of...
Is there any government official here?
The last time I said this, it kind of helped me though, because when I had a challenge, you know, I basically put a call down. I say, you see, I'm being frustrated again. And the person, hold, you know, that kind of anchor. So the thing is, we all know where the future is going. We know we need to, whether we like it or not, concentrate more on R&D, right? I think the challenge for a lot of organizations is being able to match that into being project cost of their business and getting the government to realize that I'm doing part of what you need to be doing and giving me some commendation for it instead of basically either being an ostrich or not understanding it at all.
Frustrating you.
Yes, and thereby. So I'm sorry, you know, I said I was going to have a hard stop at 2, so I am so sorry, but I need to.
So please, can we have a round of applause for Anita, please? She had said that she needed to step out at 2 o'clock. So thank you so much for at least staying even a few minutes after. We're going to round up now. But I want to touch on one key part I think we haven't spoken about, which is about the people, about competency development, about being able to retain, if you will, that capacity within the industry locally. And I'll start with you, Rosario. Given what we see, and I don't want to give it a name, but given what we see, what has been the impact on the industry with the trend that we see? And what do you think? What are strategies that one can have locally to be able to mitigate these challenges to what I'll call the brain drain? Yeah.
Okay, that's a very interesting question because of the times that we are in right now. And yes, we've all spoken around the trends that we see. The mega trends that are in force and at play across different industries that we also need to jump on before we miss the train or, jump out of the S-curve, in the wrong time. That being said, I think that the trends by themselves present us opportunities to upskill, to reskill the workforce in, various dimensions, especially focused on, the future of technology. So that's an opportunity I identify with the trends that I see. Another opportunity that I see is what COVID has facilitated, which is that we've drawn close to e-learnings and even virtual reality trainings. So these sort of trends also give us the opportunity not to only offshore trainings abroad, but also, kind of customized trainings that can be beneficial to the industry and to Nigeria at large. So I see these as opportunities. But obviously, I also see some trends around HR spend. I see that in recent times, with the situations we found ourselves, economically, there's a lot of, let's say, massive resignations and obviously brain drain through the JACPA phenomenon.
I didn't want to use that word.
Of course, I was trying to stay away from the word, but at the end of the day, it's the reality that we find ourselves in, and these are risks that could potentially, for lack of a better word, stifle our ability to be able to continue to develop and grow competencies. But of course, in every risk and opportunity, obviously opportunities exist in between this. So we've rightly, I've mentioned one of the opportunities around how we can begin to migrate trainings and competency development in such a way that it's accessible to everybody, widespread. But there's also opportunity, and I think Anita spoke into that before she left, and we've all kind of touched on this topic, in different responses. But I think I also see an opportunity to develop institutionalized agenda that allows or fosters the discussion around capacity building, competence development in Nigeria. And this way, while there's a brain drain, and we see a lot of people migrating, obviously there would be eventually interest in people wanting to come back once they see that the economy is stable enough to, not just attract investment, but see capital projects in the industry and, in the economy at large going ahead to come back. And this way we can begin to have a more systematic approach to not just, co-creating that capacity that we desire, but also having it in a very sustainable manner so that we do not lose capacity as we are training and developing the same talents. So I think these are some of the points. Let me see if I missed out anyone from my notes. But of course, the other thing as well is in recent times we've seen that there's been no project in the industry, especially in the energy, oil and gas industry. And I think you can't build capacity without, like I said, a front on industrialization. So there's need for the industry to get back to that point where we have projects that help, to not just create the environment, but stimulates, that's the word, stimulates, the ability to be able to foster capacity development in the industry. So I think these are some of the points that I need to address. But of course, this would be, let's say, solved when we start to solve the security situations, for instance, in the country, because obviously the ease of doing business in Nigeria just continues to, worsen by the day. While we try to fix the fiscal terms, and we talked about the PIA just now, but we still have, very deep issues that need to be addressed. And if these issues are not addressed, then we continue to go around in circles without any benefit for the country and even for the talents that are here therein. This would be my thoughts on your question.
Very well said. I like the way you said that the external environment and the forces in the external environment, or the challenges in the external environment, actually are limiting the efforts towards capacity utilization. But technology, I like the way you also use technology through virtual reality or any other means of virtual learning, for instance, that can actually help deepen capacity utilization. So almost like technology breeds innovation, which then breeds more technology, and that's a good cycle for us to get into. I'll take a pause at this point because I know that we're running out of time. I'd want to hear from the audience if they have any comments or any questions for any of our panelists. Okay, I see 2 hands up. I think very quickly we can take those. There's the lady in purple.
Hi, thank you. That was a very great session, quite insightful. I just want to point out the fact that the panelists...
You didn't introduce yourself.
Oh, sorry. My name is Adedoyin Pierce. I'm head of Siemens Ventures Africa at Siemens Energy. I think one point I just missed out in this conversation is the role of startups. In this whole topic around innovations, around technological innovations. The corporates are not the ones going to disrupt the space. It's the startups. And we're seeing this happening in fintech, in literally every sphere or every industry that we're seeing. So the key thing is, yes, the academia have a very critical role to play. The government they also have a role to play. But we need to find a way of collaborating with startups. There's a lot of innovation going on in that sector. A lot of them need funding, which they don't have access to at the moment. But we, as an industry, if I look at across all the verticals, the energy industry seems to be the one lagging behind in terms of collaborating with startups. And I think we need to start doing that. That was also why I think the organizers also organized the new Energy Lounge. Let's start engaging startups. There's a lot of innovation going on beyond the solar PV and all of that. There's massive, massive innovation going on. And the corporates won't do it. The R&D is not going to do this alone. Your in-house R&D departments wouldn't do it because the startups are more agile, and the way innovations are happening, even if you look at your
Thank you very
phones,
much. Thank you. Did you have a question?
It was a comment.
It's a comment.
Okay.
Yes.
I said I was going to make a comment. So let's start engaging startups.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Adedoyin. You make a very valid point, and I had noted that innovation doesn't just come from within. It actually comes from without. And you're touching
when you say startups, I take it that you're taking it as the innovation that comes from without. That for a lot of industries, we actually see that innovation being driven from without. That is those who are outside of, if you will, the established industry. And it's a very good point you make. I think Anita also mentioned it in terms of the startup bill. And of course, those who are supposed to be enablers should actually step up to play that role of enabling the parties to be able to do what they need to do. So it's a very good point that you make. I'm not sure if we have enough time to take the second question.
We can take one more question.
Okay. One more question.
Yes, sorry. Hello.
Okay.
Hi. Okay, very quickly. There's a TET fund which exists right now, tertiary funding. Isn't it possible to divert some of that money into R&D? Because as opposed to going straight to government, you're never going to get anything from the government. But the TET fund is almost like a bridge between government and academia. And you can access TET fund, I believe, and insist through some sort of pressure group, insist that some of that money is used for R&D, because it's a huge amount that is, I think it's about 2% from all corporate taxes every year. So it's a huge amount of money. And all you see them doing are buildings and boreholes and such really mundane, pedestrian sort of investments. So if there's a pressure group already in existence, that certainly can be used to approach TET fund, and I suspect you might get something out of them.
Thank you. I was going to say you didn't introduce yourself.
My name is Biodun Maduka, Friends of the Environment.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Biodun Maduka, Friends of the Environment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Biodun. I think your point is well taken. It's a very key comment, and I think it's open for all who are here to take note of that. The TET fund is what he's spoken about, and their ability to be able to use that fund to be able to fund the research and development and the innovation drive that we speak about. Very good point that you make. At this time, I'll want to close out on the session. I don't know if we have enough time for the panelists to say one or two things, or...
Would you like to wrap up?
Yes,
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
So we can round up the
Dr.
session.
Nimi, I think maybe you should go first. Just a minute, just your key points, takeaways for the session today that you want the people to leave with.
Yeah, sure. I think the corporate organizations, must take leadership in collaborating with startups, collaborating with tech companies, and of course with government regulators to drive these adoptions. Culture is very key for us to accelerate these technical adoptions. So there's need for us to start the grassroots sources, engaging from the academia, so we can actually infuse digital culture and mindsets for us to grow the industry.
Well said. Thank you very much. Jade Sola? Jade.
In summary, I'll just say, what is yours, just like everything else.
What is yours is yours.
Yeah, and nobody will look out for what is yours more than you. So Africa is ours. We have to look out for it. And I'll just encourage us that regardless of wherever you find yourself, governments may fail us, industry may fail us, but, just put in whatever effort you can in order to ensure that you contribute to the growth Africa expects within the next few decades.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jade. Rosario?
Okay, the last comments motivated my closing remark.
Yeah.
Typically, we see a lot of funding, well, not significant, but funding in different areas scattered around. TED Fund is one of them, PTDF is another one. The NCDMB R&D fund is another fund. So just in case there are startups here, specifically to the startup comment,
yeah.
you can take advantage of those funds as a way of not just participating in the industry, but co-creating the solutions for R&D that help innovation. Thank you.
Fantastic comment. So with that, we come to the end of the session for this afternoon. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Another round of applause for the panelists and moderator. Please rise for a photo. Thank you very much. We will be going to lunch very shortly. However, we'll have a brief session just before. It should take about 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to introduce Blessing Enakimio, CEO of Blair Global UK, to briefly introduce the new Energy Lounge. And after that, we will head to lunch, which will last for about 45 minutes. A round of applause, please, for Blessing Enakimio. She's going to introduce the new Energy Lounge.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I was here yesterday and I talked in detail, I suppose more officially. Today we've got a few videos to share with you, but before we do that, I just wanted to talk about how this came about. So Saturday, not just gone, the one before, I had a phone call. I was still in bed. I think it was probably about 7 o'clock in the morning. It was Yewande ringing to say she wants to respond to what we've just heard, which is creating an opportunity for collaboration. So she had this idea, why don't we create an opportunity for this to happen? And as we did, got to work. By the end of the day, we had the name, we had the logo, and we got to work, and we're here now. So following on from what the panel had been talking about, we are creating an opportunity for startups to meet with big players in the industry. We want to be the solution. We are solving the problem. So I'm going to share with you a couple of videos now. Please watch, and then we'll have the innovators. I think they're here in the room. If you've got any questions following their pitch, we'll take them. Please watch. We're so excited to launch the new Energy Lounge in association with Energy Institute Nigeria and Blair Global UK. We've set this up to bring together solutions for cleaner fuels, energy tech, anything at all, to create a collaboration between existing companies and startups to bring about solutions for cleaner fuels. We're here today at the Energy Sustainability Conference in Lagos, and we're here till the 10th of November 2022. We hope we'll see you here. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Dozie Eguelo. I'm the founder of Quad Loop based in Lagos, Nigeria. I'm an entrepreneur, passionate about electronics, circular economy, renewable energy, and of course product design. We have a product called Idunu Solar Lantern that provides the user with lightning and mobile charging. Idunu is made from 70% electronic waste material, consists of second life battery application and other materials gotten from e-waste. Even the screws are actually gotten from electronic waste. We just concluded an integration design that allows the user to have a strap on the product. This way it enables them to have a better access and several use cases. Our current stage of the product is we have finalized the stage of this product. The product is ready for mass production, which is currently ongoing in our factory in Ibeju-Lekki, Lagos. We are looking at how we could expand to other markets, other states, and of course, Africa at large. We are expecting to get some sort of funding that will help us purchase a machine called a laser cutter machine, which is one of the reasons why the cost of the product is still a little bit on the high side, because we actually do give that as a service for a company that helps us do that, right? We are looking at how we could get this machine done. That way we can cut down our price of production and as well price of sale. My contact details is actually 08029463826. You can reach us at hello@quadloop.africa, and you can reach us at www.quadloop.africa. Thank you.
I am Engineer Joseph Orenaike, founder of Electronics Technology. Electronics Technology develops and manufactures solid-state lighting products for the Nigerian market that consumes 90% less energy than incandescent lighting and saves 90% cost of lighting. Our business model is B2C, online retail, B2B, existing distribution channels, and value chain. Our beachhead market is Ikeja metropolitan area, Lagos, Nigeria, with a revenue of 3 billion naira per annum from over 100,000 customers in the first 5 years to grow to a revenue of 67 billion naira per annum from 24 million customers across West Africa. We are currently post MVP and in the pilot phase. Our technology is solid-state lighting. Our global warming climate impact is a global warming potential of over 372,000 tons per annum, less than incandescent lighting. End users will save 574 billion naira per annum Thank you.
We do have engineer here somewhere. So if you do have any questions for him, he's right there. Does anyone have any questions for engineer? No, but okay, he is here and he is exhibiting in the New Energy Lounge. So please, after your lunch or during the lunch break, if you're able to please pop by, have a chat with him or with me if you've got any questions about it. We'll be happy to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Blessing. Like I mentioned just before her session, we will have lunch now, and lunch is just behind the screen. So if you walk this way, there'll be lunch. We're expected back in the hall by 3 p.m. 3 p.m., please. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. participants to please make their way back to the hall. We are about to start. We would like to kick off at 3:15. Please make your way back to the main hall. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. We will be kicking off with our next session. We may have just saved the best for last. Permit me to be a little biased towards the financing panel. Financing a just energy transition, key elements for creating sustainable and a viable value chain. I think this is one key topic that, has sort of cut across all major themes today: finance, access to finance. How can we unlock funding for this just energy transition that we're seeking? And so let me introduce our moderator for this session. Engineer Christopher Wokolo is a chartered petroleum engineer with the Energy Institute, UK and Nigeria, with over 18 years experience in the upstream and midstream sectors of the oil and gas industry. He's worked with Chevron, Shell, Deepwater, and most presently with Seplat's Gas and New Energy team. He's currently the Gas Operations Interface Manager, New Energy for Seplat. A round of applause for Chris Wokolo. Another round of applause as he walks onto the stage. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, without wasting much time, I'd like to invite the panelists. Today we have an esteemed panel session. Let me start by inviting Engineer Chike Mosu, the MD of Walter Smith. Anyway, just first. So, back in the days when we're still trying to understand where oil comes from, it was Chike that showed us that oil can come from shale, even before the US started pumping oil and gas out of every shale they could find. Next, I'd like to invite, we call him Chairman, sir. Been there, done that, still doing that. Much of the PIA that we talk about today has his signature on it. And till tomorrow, he's still passing wisdom. Please put your hands together for Engineer Austin Olorunshola. And we have a panelist joining us online. He's a man after my heart. We, earlier on, one of the earlier sessions, talked about technology innovators. We talked about encouraging startups. Well, this is one of the few Nigerians to have incubated the business from scratch, driven purely and solely by technology and mathematics. In the oil and gas industry, it makes it very difficult to break through. Please, welcome to the panel session, Engineer Tangod Egbe.
All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon all. Good afternoon all. Sorry, thanks, Chris.
And that's Tangod. He's the group, one of the group executive directors for Cypher Crescent. And the pioneers of the triple helix. You'll be hearing a lot about the triple helix program, which is rapidly bridging the gap between industry, academia, and technology to serve an accelerator for industrializing Nigeria. Welcome, thank God.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Chris, and good afternoon, Ogachike. Good afternoon, August, and a very big privilege to join the panel session with my big bosses. Thank you all.
Okay, so we have our titans seated. I'll jump right into it. There's been much talk about the energy transition. I mean, it's a topic that a lot of us are passionate about. So today we kind of tap into the insights of the learned here before us. So the first question goes to you, sir, Engineer Austin. How do we define the concept of a just energy transition? Break it down for us so we understand it. Before we start talking about financing, what are we even talking about?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. And I think we had quite a lot about that yesterday. I think the statistics is they said between 10 and 20 top countries in the world are doing roughly 80 to 85% of the emissions. Africa as total, I think we're between 3.5 and 3.9. So really, and someone also mentioned that too yesterday, if you really talk of net zero, we can actually become net zero as quickly as possible because we're really not emitting compared to the industrialized nations. Now, all that has happened. They've used, all the industrialized nations have now used this same carbon energy to completely transform all those parts of the world. And now you're now saying we should decarbonize, which is basically the end game of energy transition. I think we also touched on it yesterday. And the question is, so Africa, have we really carbonized? Maybe we need to carbonize first before we decarbonize. Because we need to raise our levels to some extent, first and foremost, in terms of just food on the table. Basic stuff like water, basic stuff like power. So we can't, at this point, overspeed on energy transition without consideration for the just or the fair connotations around it. And it's actually really one of the pitches of Nigeria in Egypt at the COP27. What of it is, the basic thing is we have to push for this just energy transition. Whereas some people are starting from zero or even slightly above zero. We are starting from minus the whole of Africa, frankly speaking. And one of the things I've been trying to also push, and I will also use the Energy Institute also as a platform, is the fact that even our problems in Africa, or the challenges, are really similar. And maybe the solutions too might also be pretty similar. Maybe we should actually have our own COP, a regional COP, where this just is actually fully defined, so that it doesn't become almost a ding-dong each time we go for the COP. So really, in simple terms, is to get ourselves to that basic economic level, whereby we can all be in that same, we can all be walking that same path of making sure that we have an environment that is suitable not just for today, but also for generations to come. It's as simple as that.
Thank you very much, sir. So, in essence, we have to learn to walk. We haven't even started the walk. All right. My next question goes to you, Chike. I mean, you're leading one of the, let's say, vertically and horizontally integrated company and rapidly, I mean, creating ecosystems within the energy space. So I feel this is apt for you. How do we create codependent ecosystems that will not just support our transition, but sustain? So it's not about transiting. We have to be able to sustain when you get there. So how do we achieve that energy independence?
Okay. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. So let me expatiate a little bit more on what Mr. Lonshola said. Then I can delve a little bit more into the question because that context is important. So I agree with him totally about the fact that Africa and developing countries definitely need to start utilizing more and more of its energy. And when I say its energy, the most available energy for these developing countries, unfortunately, with all the climate change discussions, is around fossil fuels. What African countries and other developing countries have said is that a just transition for us would include using gas, the huge gas resources we have, as the transition fuel. Because of course the greenhouse gas emissions per megawatt hour of power generated by gas is much less than for other fossil fuels. So while the developed world have been the ones that have polluted the most, and quite honestly, I'm challenged sometimes to understand whether or not it's a climate change agenda that we're listening to or an energy security agenda. You see, there's a lot of reliance of these developed countries on energy resources that are not owned by them. And I kind of suspect, somewhere at the back of my mind, that it is that energy security that is driving this conversation a lot more than climate change. Let me explain why I say that. They've been exposed because of the Russia-Ukraine war. And you can hear stories about they are firing up coal plants. Is it because coal has suddenly become clean? Absolutely not. No. Is it because, and they are looking for gas? Is it because gas has become somewhat cleaner? Absolutely not. It's because, they are reliant on Russia. Yeah, for those gas resources, has been affected by that Russia-Ukraine war. Sure. And therefore, because the main theme of this is energy security, they have demonstrated to the world that they are going to fire up whatever they can to make sure that they secure their energy. So in Africa and the developing countries' conversations with them, we must understand that our own driver, because when you talk about ecosystems, I come from the point of what is the African narrative. And I think Mr. Lonshola touched on that. Africa has to come together and tell its own narrative. Our own narrative is not so strongly about energy security from the point of view of the way the West looks at this. It's about consumption. It's about production and consumption. We need to start generating and consuming available energy for us to grow our GDP, for us to grow the human development indices around security, around healthcare, around education, all those parameters. And the most available energy for us at this time is gas. And those are resources we should look after. Now, if we need to transit into cleaner energy, cleaner renewable energy, that transition will come at a significant cost to Africa. Remember that whenever you hear, when the West is pitching something, they pitch it along the lines of their own interests, not our own. So they talked about the levelized cost of energy, and that the levelized cost of energy is lower for these renewable sources of energy, like solar and wind, than it is for fossil fuels. What they don't tell you is that the initial hurdle of capital entry is huge, and it's not affordable. It's not affordable for developing countries. So there is an amount of investment that needs to come into Africa. And I think I've heard estimates of about $100 billion a year to developing countries to ensure that that transition happens. Now, what we have to do, and this comes to the question of, the right ecosystem for us. I worry about carbon zero. What I always think about is net zero, which is actually about netting off whatever it is that we are consuming, in terms of fossil fuels that generate greenhouse gas emissions, against whatever else we can do in exchange to support this climate change agenda. And I'll then bring it down to Walter Smith. For Walter Smith, we are going to grow the consumption of gas. That's our own ideology, another fossil fuel. So we are building refineries, we'll build a petrochemical plant, we are building a gas plant. Now, however, for us to get to lower net carbon emissions per megawatt of hour of energy that we deliver, we're thinking about, first of all, for our own, what you call the areas of our operations around scope 1 emissions. We are trying to do as much as we can with solar power. So for example, right now, what we're delivering is all our street lightings in our area of operations are solar powered lamps. And whatever we can utilize, because remember that, people don't realize that solar power is not quite industrial friendly as a source of energy at this time. The kind of footprint and architecture required to make it industrial friendly is enormous. And also, people don't realize there's the effect of what do you do with the solar batteries for storage, because you have to store some energy. And how do you dispose of them? It's not zero carbon emissions. So we're trying to reduce what we are using, kind of balance it out, and also to get some credits by going into the manufacturing of solar PV cells. I mean, Mr. Olonshola is on our board and knows that this is the path we're going along. So in effect, our own strategy is around the ecosystem balancing you're talking about, is to make sure that we make provisions for what Africa and developing countries need in terms of growing energy production and consumption, and then trading off through some kind of carbon mechanism, whether by manufacturing things that others will use, to bring down their net greenhouse gas emissions and their reliance on fossil fuel power, and net that off. Finally, the industrial park that we are building is called an eco-industrial park for a particular reason. A lot of you might have learned, especially the industrial engineers, about industrial symbiosis, where basically you co-locate industry in such a way that the waste product from one industry is cycled in as an energy product for the other. That is actually the structure of the industrial park, so that overall we eliminate waste in that industrial park. And so our ecosystem, if you want to call it that, is more green, or is more friendly to the environment. Instead of wasting all the energy that comes, all the waste that comes out from one industry and then creating another waste from another industry, that symbiotic sustainability is at the root of what we're trying to do with our industrial park. So in summary, Africa must design its own journey. African companies must design their own journey, but have a view about how they will aid the reduction of the emission of greenhouse gases by doing things around what can I do to improve other areas that I can get carbon credits for. The reason why Africa has to think that is because, unfortunately, although we're not emitting very much, the impacts on Africa and developing countries is larger, yeah? Considering how much we emit than for developing countries. So all these floods, deforestation and things that you see impact Africa a lot. So we cannot ignore it, but we cannot just follow the West along the path of what they are doing. And I hope that that message, I think, was made very clear at the COP27, this last week, and that message, Africa strongly stays on that message and makes sure that the rest of the world has an Africa-centric agenda for Africans and developing countries while we go through this energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very, very comprehensive and hit at the heart of the matter. So we go to you, Tangod. Quickly, what is the relevance of a just energy transition to African companies and Africans in general? I mean, Chike has spoken about building a sustainable, a custom-fit ecosystem, right? So now, on the back of that, what is the relevance of that just energy transition to African companies and Africans in general?
Thank you very much, Chris, and apologies again that I'm not able to appear physically. I have a back-to-back earlier commitment I've made for yesterday and for tomorrow. And so, thanks, Oga Chike, and thanks, Oga Austin. Let me start by acknowledging their contributions. They are my big bosses. Of course, I learned a lot. I learned a lot from them in my former life. And so I've also learned a lot from their contribution here. And so looking at the equation of how would local companies actually contribute to this, I'll look at it from probably going back to the whole agenda, just transition. What does it mean? What does it mean? First of all, let's look at the objective function. It's actually net zero. Net zero to balance the whole emission, what we're emitting, and probably what we're doing. But first of all, there's the path. We define the objective function is net zero, and then what is the path we want to use to actually achieve that net zero? So the whole friction that we have, challenges that we have, discussion around the whole energy transition, just transition imposed by us is basically the West are trying to define a path for us. We have chosen a path. Based on energy access. We have gas. You want to use gas as a path. So for us to look at local companies, there's a national agenda to use gas as a transition fuel, basically just transition. Then the next thing we'll now look at, how do we innovate? For local companies, it gives us an agenda to innovate. We at Cypher Crescent, we actually develop our solutions, of course, from scratch from Nigeria here, and look at how then we are choosing gas. In the whole gas value chain, it's something we have conceived. We've conceived this already, and we actually approach some other persons already in government. It's a discussion already in government. Exactly the same question you are asking me now. We've actually put up an agenda to say, yes, we've chosen gas as our transition fuel. Our part is actually gas. We have to actually hold a gas technology and innovation conference. We're currently discussing that, bringing in stakeholders to have that conference in Q2 next year. We've invited a couple of companies that will work with us and SP to actually drive that innovation. That's when local companies are going to benefit from this just transition. Just transition using gas, pathway to gas, start looking at gas innovation, start looking at from the whole, from reservoir to facilities beyond there, and start looking at the downstream, midstream part of it to look at it. But basically, I think one thing we need to do, first of all, is basically accounting, greenhouse gas accounting. First of all, we need to make a couple of noise around what have we done? Have we measured how much we're emitting? I heard Augustine also discussing about this. Are we really, if you look at it, we are mostly carbon negative. You go back to some states in Nigeria, you go from the beginning of the states to the end, you see trees being planted around there. So those states most times are actually carbon negative. Are we really emitting the way we actually say we're emitting? Are we measuring that? These are simple technologies that we can use in terms of IoT to develop devices that we can use to actually account for how much we're emitting, and then that will give us a way of actually improving that. So for local companies, we start looking at the whole gas value chain, flare gas. What can we do in terms of converting flare gas and monetizing flare gas? It's good that a lot of discussion going on in terms of the whole gas flare commercialization program. We are discussing with a lot of stakeholders there on how to innovate, bring local companies to innovate around that. Also part of the discussion happening in the World Bank discussion, in terms of the decarbonization discussion across Nigeria. We actually submitted a feasibility studies on that to work on that. So once we start looking at this, the agenda is actually net zero, the path is gas, and then we start supporting federal government effort by innovating instead of importing technologies to Nigeria to do that. It helps us to do that. And we are also the same initiative to look at how sustainable can this be. We are adopting the triple helix approach because we look at that as actually a very sustainable approach. I'm privileged to be one of the drivers of triple helix in the country. We start looking at how can the research that we do in the university align with the expectation of the industry, align with government policies towards achieving net zero? So that discussion is actually ongoing. How do you pick up innovation? So those are the kind of opportunities that come up to local companies. And one thing that we're actually canvassing for is basically to set up a venture capitalist fund for actually energy transition, to look at a dedicated fund for innovation around this. You see a lot of startup coming in. We actually don't have funding. A lot of companies, a lot of people are very innovative in the country, but the funding is not there. But can we have a dedicated funding that can actually be used for that? So it's basically the kind of discussion that should happen in the country that will benefit local companies across the whole value chain of triple helix, from education, research, innovation, policy, and then the most important there is actually funding. And we propose through the triple helix model and triple helix discussion, how do we create an energy innovation venture fund that young people in the universities, our young graduates can actually innovate. This is when we are actually going to benefit from it, because we discuss about just transition. We discuss about choosing gas as our pathway. What innovation are we doing? We'll start importing technologies to do that. We have actually demonstrated that we as Cypher we've been around for 10 years, proudly developing our solutions 100% from Nigeria, in Nigeria by Nigeria. If we can do that, we think that this other part of going through the gas, innovating around the gas value chain, is actually going to be very simple, but it's actually very research intensive, also funding intensive. So once we're able to make that case for funding, we think that local companies will benefit and Africans will benefit.
Okay. Thank God. Thanks a lot. So the key message is, in essence, innovating and basically creating a venture fund to support that innovation and ensuring that the research in our institutions, the activities of our businesses, and the policies from the government all mesh together to support the whole process. Thanks a lot. And that exactly leads me into the next question. And Engineer Austin, this is for you, sir. So, thank God has introduced the topic of the day. Really, yeah. This is where we're not talking money. What are the key elements of a financial? We talk about energy transition, ecosystems. For it to all work, for it to all hold together, what are the key elements of a financially viable energy transition and framework?
Well, I guess, thanks again for that. And I think yesterday I asked that question, because really the elephant in the room is money at the end of the day. Anybody can jump up and down and say they want to do this, they want to do that. The bottom line, it's money. And when you look at Africa, almost everything we want, you have to go to somewhere. Either you're asking for aid, you're asking for debt, or you're asking for take home. And it's even gone worse. When you ask for debt in January, then in July you go and ask for debt forgiveness. I mean, I hate to see all those things. So, if you look at our own energy transition plan, Nigeria's energy transition plan, which talks about $1.9 trillion to be spent between now and 2060, which is our own net zero commitment. Where is that money going to come from? Where is it going to come from? The core climate actions are supposed to be taking almost 400, out of that 1.9 is 410, which translates to roughly $10 billion per annum. So that's a huge, huge outlay. So beyond, like you say, the core things you really do, of course, you need clear policies, okay? Clear. And it's got to touch on each of your areas of emissions. You need to have a very clear oil and gas policy, for example, very clear agri policy, very, very clear, the domestic gas policy, very, very clear things around power and all that. Then you now begin to talk around even legislation to put teeth to those policies. If you don't also do that, it will not enable anybody to even bring in his money. Because in as much as there's quite a lot of money to be spent on this transition, there's also a lot of opportunities down the path. But you also need to be very, very clear around legislation. And then you move to the first, or what I can call the ground floor, which is a plan. If there's no plan, and I'm not just talking of a plan that is hanging in the air, because we had a Vision 2020 plan in 2009. The paper is still so fantastic, we didn't achieve anything out of it. It has to be an actionable plan that comes to the nuts and bolts. This is what we are going to do this year. This is the person who is going to do it. This is the resources for that. And at the end of the year, you appraise yourself. So it's got to go to that kind of, yesterday someone was also asking about the architecture of the whole thing. It's all that. So policy, legislation, clear plan. Those must, they're all sine qua non as far as I'm concerned. You need all that before you can even say you're actually really moving in any particular pathway. Yeah.
Okay, so Engineer Chike, so picking back on that, from where you sit and from the experiences you've had, how can we establish independent financing structures free of the West? Is there a clear path towards that? Is it possible?
Okay, so thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Lonshola, for that initial intro around what are called the government policies that have to support this and any kind of regulations. Unfortunately, and I think you also pointed out that our problem in Nigeria is not about planning or putting together documents. It's about our execution capacity. And I've taken a view, after reviewing all the lofty plans we've put in place in the past, that the biggest challenge there is that government does not have any business in executing such projects. So I'll first start by saying that it's just like the refineries or the government in business in any sense. Whenever government has stepped away from business and allowed businessmen and technocrats to run business, we've seen the effects of that. I mean, think about mobile telephony. Even think about refining, because Walter Smith is refining now, but the NNPC refineries, I don't know that they are working. Niger Delta E&P is refining, OPAC, and these are not government ventures. So the first structural change in terms of execution capacity is no funding parties that I know of will lend money for an energy transition, however just, to African governments. None will. Because if you look at ecological funds, if you look at all the intervention funds that they have loaned out to these African governments, they have never resulted in anything that can generate wealth to pay back those loans. So let me first start from the first structural element in this execution capacity. And you mentioned it very clearly. It's about funding. After government has done everything about the energy policy regulation, it's about funding. And there's been talk about an Africa Energy Bank. So just like the Afro-Exim Bank, we need to be able to attract, not as Nigeria, because I know the $10 billion per annum for how many years, Nigeria is possibly not going to be able to attract that simply as Nigeria. But if we make this almost the same view with the Afro-Exim Bank, we have an African Bank for Energy. And there are commitments actually for this transition that amount to about $100 billion a year. I mean, the developing countries or the developed countries have not honored this, but I'm sure with further and further discussions and their understanding where Africa sits with this, that funding should start coming. Now, but this funding is for developing countries, but I think Africa can get a chunk of that funding through a structured energy bank. And if Africa gets, let's just say roughly 50% of those fundings per annum, that's $50 billion a year. And it can be structured in such a way that businessmen, not governments, with very clearly defined projects that show how they will do three things. One, pay back that money to that bank. And that payback is connected to their ability to generate quick net cash flows from investments in gas. So although there's a transition, once I mention the three components, you see where I'm coming from. So the first part is being able to draw down to invest in gas because Africa already knows how to turn a profit from fossil fuels. We don't yet know how to turn a profit from renewable energy. So that is the first part of the investment. And once we start generating cash flows from that investment, and that is all part of that portfolio that we'll show, the investments can start into renewable energy. Not by going to borrow more, but by being able to demonstrate that what you've borrowed, you can reinvest in transiting to renewable energy. The third part that can be drawn from that fund is an ecological fund. Not the way the ecological funds are drawn by governments, but the way businesses can draw on ecological funds to solve some of these impacts of climate change. So it's a two-pronged approach. Africa cannot transit into renewable energy without solving the impact of the initial investments they have to make in fossil fuels. So that means the deforestation, you can draw from that fund as part of this whole plan to plant trees, to manufacture certain things that will help with the communities. So I call it social investing, because while you're going along with this, the ESG components are also there as well. So you have to demonstrate environmentally friendly investing and social investing as well. So that energy bank will solve three problems. One, the ability of Africa to quickly grow its energy production and therefore consumption and grow the GDP. Two, the ability of businessmen in Africa to then demonstrate that renewables are a business. Because if you treat renewables like a government institution, it will never work. that renewables are a business. And third, to take care of the ecological damage that is a result of this climate change. What I do not like in the conversation with the West so far is the word reparations. We are not looking for reparations because the moment our government start talking about reparations, what comes to my mind is they are looking for funds to embezzle. Sorry, I can be that straight. Yeah? Because what are you going to do with reparations? What we want is a bank that we can go and borrow money from, invest in these three areas, and return and create a return of investment to these banks. Yeah. And that is the direction in which Africa must structure how it delivers its transition to renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was excellently put. So now, essentially, we need an iron bank for those Game of Thrones fans. So I go back to you, Engineer Tangod. So, from your experience, and I mean, in carrying out your business and pursuing the technology innovations and agenda that you have, what has been the biggest impediments structurally? Using Nigeria basically as an example, what has been biggest impediments that we then need to start pulling down? Thank God.
Okay, all right, thank you, Chris. I'm sure so very well put by Chike and Augustine. First of all, talent will be the first number, what we call talent number one. When we started, we spent 3 years actually training people in the university to be able to fit into the innovation we want to look at. And we spend a lot of our resources up to this day actually training people because of basically the knowledge gap between the expectation of the industry and what we have in the university. That's basically what actually pushed us to mobilize for the approval of a triple helix international, to have triple helix in Nigeria, so that we're able to collectively mobilize a lot of universities, which we are doing now and working with the National Universities Commission to see how we can make a good impact, working with NCDMB, good impact to train that. So if we don't have those talents, we won't be able to make good progress. This is actually research, it's research intensive. First of all, you want to develop engineering solutions. Engineering solutions, you have to first of all invest a lot in mathematics, invest in physics to manage that. And these are not trivial. They're not trivial. So being able to train those talents to actually deliver and develop the technology that we need is actually what you need. And most of these things are not things that you do in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, as said. So I was reading through the Nigerian startup act, where you start looking at what point in time do you transit from a startup to actually a mature company. What they have there is more like for fintech companies. But if you are developing, probably running a company where you have a research intensive kind of plan that you have to invest in talents, and also prepare those talents for 2-3 years to actually develop for you. The second thing is, of course, it's been discussed about funding. I think I like the way it's been put about the African Energy Bank. I look at it from Energy Innovation Venture Fund, where if I write my proposals to meet the typical traditional venture capitalists, it doesn't make sense to them because it's not e-commerce, because it's not fintech. I'm discussing linear algebra. I'm discussing how I want to invest in matrices, getting a lot of IT infrastructure around that I need to develop from scratch. It doesn't make sense to them. But probably if we have an energy innovation bank or African Energy Bank, they are dedicated, where you have physicists, you have mathematicians, you are pitching to who understands what it takes to develop this, you'll be able to get that done. We also have the same issue of what Mr. Chike discussed about. Most of the innovation are being coordinated by government, being coordinated by people who actually are not entrepreneurs. The challenges that you pass through, you don't appreciate that. So it's easier for you to write very ambitious plans that you don't plan to execute. and then you attract money. For those who want to execute those plans, you don't attract money. So basically, you look at it from that triple helix perspective, from the education perspective, also from the research perspective. We have a problem with research integration, and also looking at funding. Of course, government policies also exist where it took a long time to develop this. And most people believe that the solution you develop in Nigeria might not be able to compete with what you have. But we have been able to demonstrate that we can actually get resources in Nigeria, get funding from Nigeria, and also get that done over the past 10 years that we exist. And maybe it's instructive to actually note that we have not been able to attract any funding from government, 0 naira from government since we started, 0 naira from venture capitalist fund. But we've been able to drive innovation, that these things can be done. It can be done in Nigeria if you have the will and have the execution capacity to do that. So thanks, Chris.
Thank you very much. Thank God. So, I mean, it's having the right people, but then to have the right people, it takes time to build the critical skills that's required. And then when Augustine talked about planning and policies, but then the question is who is making those policies, who is putting the plans together, are the plans backed by realism? So, Chike, I'd want you to, because I know this is something that you're very passionate about, and would like to share, you know, your opinions on the matter, your expert opinion on the matter. The area of impediments from a local perspective, adding to what Thank God has said, what are those additional impediments that's keeping us from even starting the journey locally?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank God, I'll try to expand a little bit on the areas that I think the focus of technology should be in this energy transition. So while I talk about the energy companies dealing with providing the energy either through fossil fuels or through renewable energy, let me put that at the top of the pyramid. That has to be addressed structurally by the ways Mr. Olorunshola and I have discussed. I attended a conference of the Association of Chartered Architects of Nigeria. And one of the conversations that we're having was around, around climate change. And I think the topic was around making sure that buildings and houses were energy efficient. So an area of research that I think that Nigerian companies can go into, and that's companies like Cyber Crescent. It's about, instead of importing energy efficient solutions for lights, for example, these lights that are shining in my eyes, I don't know that they are energy efficient. All I know is that they are kind of blinding me while I'm sitting here. But are they actually energy efficient? It's not about, the fact that the hotel can generate energy. It's about, are they using this energy efficiently? The second part of that is energy conservation, which is around making sure that you don't waste any energy. So first of all, you're efficient in the use, and secondly, you conserve the use of energy. Now let me explain, just practically what it means for me. I do have a small home abroad. So the technology that makes sure that my house is energy efficient is, the kind of lighting I use. I have to check exactly what it is. The building materials that I use in the building, trying to conserve as much energy within the building itself. The kind of television sets that are being manufactured, and anything that consumes energy in the house or makes it more efficient, is made more efficient. The energy conservation part of it is that the moment I leave a room, the lights go off. Okay? So even though it is efficient, it's also conserved from the point of view of the energy is not being wasted because I've left. So those kind of technological advances, I don't see it in many Nigerian. Actually, in my home in Nigeria here, I'm asking myself, how can you have it there and you don't have it here? And the problem is that I don't know how it was installed. I don't know how to install it. I don't know anybody I can ask in Nigeria, can you do this? To install such a system such that once I walk out of the room, the television turns off, and this turns off, the heater turns off. So those are the kind of areas that I think that this kind of companies, technological companies, can play. And the reason why I want them to focus on these areas and kind of in collaboration with architects and people who design buildings is because client funding is then available. Yeah? You're solving a business interest. We used to call it business to technology mapping in Shell. Yeah? Don't go and try and solve it. Where you have a problem with funding, and this is bank funding and not client funding, is where you're trying to solve a problem that nobody asked you to solve. Yeah? And, entrepreneurs and, people who are startups sometimes solve a problem that they know is coming. But that then requires either some kind of counterpart funding or some kind of loans from family and friends that have money. But if you want to start up this journey, I would say that, there are areas to concentrate on within this energy space that is around client funding. I want to build a house. I want to make sure it's energy efficient, and it also conserves energy. Then I can call on a technology company in Nigeria who can deliver this for me. You want to build a hotel. You want to build an industry, whatever it is. So let me finally end with Walter Smith, because I always love coming back to my company. That industrial park is actually an industrial and innovation park. So we're going to create a technology innovation hub there, because we believe that incubation of ideas in energy must be local. We cannot continue to import technology from outside. We have to develop it within. So I don't know whether I've addressed the aspect of the question you want me to address, but I basically think that instead of chasing funding for harebrained technological solutions, let's solve the immediate energy problems that we have in Nigeria, in our houses, in our factories and things like that. And we actually have started a journey towards solving even more major problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I mean, there's, I don't know, I think it's an old Mexican joke that talked about a man living in the village with his wife. Goes out, he fishes, brings the fish, and the billionaire was asking him, why don't you make this into a big business, right? And the guy said, so that I'll do what? I mean, you buy houses, you buy yachts, you buy planes, and after that, what? And then you can go and retire somewhere. I mean, but that's the life I'm already living. Right? So I guess the point is, we sometimes need to, the answer might be closer to us than we think, right? In our African roots, in embracing simple ways of living, designing, maximizing the use of the sunlight that we have naturally. People think of the sun, they're thinking solar panels, not necessarily. So it's going back to that original thinking that a lot of our forefathers have. And we can leave the big men to think of the big problems, right? But for us, let's see how we can practice efficiency and conservation. Sir, Engineer Austin, before we go to the audience, there's a lingering question that often goes with the financing, and it's capability. Thank God alluded to it, where he talked about training people, the time it takes to train people. I know how many years that sits collectively between the two of you before you're able to share the wisdom and insights. And apart from the years, it's years in the field of fire. Exactly. So, sir, do we have the people that can take on the scale and enormity of work that will support this transition? Why should anybody finance what we're putting on ground? Do we have the people to make it work?
Thanks, Chris. I guess a good place to start is a quote from Prof yesterday, which is we should, i.e. Africa, we should not be crowded to jettison what we have. So what do we have today? Or even let me just step back from that. If you really deconstruct this whole discussion about energy transition, what are we transiting from and to what? Yeah? So you are transiting from fossil fuels, 3 of them. One is oil. So what's oil today? It's about 80 to 85% of the mix. What is it supposed to be in another 40, 50 years? Maybe 50, 60%. So really you are coming down from like 85 to 60%. Should that then make Africa to catch cold? It shouldn't. Okay. All right. You say gas. You also have this gas. And it's already been almost accepted as a transition fuel. Some people are even pushing it to become a destination fuel. So that's what you have today. And that's what they say we are going to transit to. And you are shaking. You should actually be rejoicing. The third one, you say, okay, all right, we're all going to solar, and all that and all that. Look at light outside. You have it almost 12 months of the year. So what's this catching cold about this transition thing? We should actually really be happy, whether today or where the world is actually really going to tomorrow. So, capabilities, yes, but the first thing is we shouldn't jettison even what we have and the capabilities we have today. So we should start from the oil you have. And we have a lot of people who still have that and are prepared to begin to also pass it on to the next generation. I personally believe, and I have said it several times, even if you look at how the plan is to fund the energy transition, i.e., they said domestic resources, and I don't know where those domestic resources are coming from other than from oil and gas, and they said external sources. But as far as domestic sources are concerned, given what has even happened in the last 5 or 6 months, just because we couldn't export crude oil, so it means really it is from oil. So I have said it several times, Nigeria needs plenty of oil to get out of oil. So to even come down from that 80-something% or whatever our percentage is in there, today we should be thinking of doubling our production. And we still have the window for that for the next 10, 15 years. As we're speaking right now, UAE is ramping up. Saudi Arabia is ramping up. Norway. Even Mr. Putin is trying, even though he's fighting. But Biden is almost behind all these heavy oil people. Bring more. So why are you keeping your own? Till when? For who? So whatever it's the home problem that is not even allowing us to, that is really where we should start from. Accelerate the value capture, retain and transfer that knowledge, and thank God, within the space we are talking of is all energy, isn't it? So the basic foundations, whether it is oil and gas energy or solar energy or whatever, and we've been talking since yesterday here. So again, I'm not scared of any capabilities issue or capacity issue going forward. It's only to really recognize that and follow it up appropriately. But really, what we have we can't jettison overnight. Rather, we should maximize the value capture from it and use, just like Chike said earlier, and use the proceeds of that to begin to affect renewables development as well as your diversification of the economy of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So now we throw it open to the audience. It's not often that you have such depth and years of experience in front of you. So please, questions for the panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to the panel for doing an excellent job on this topic. And just like Mr. Lorenshola said, there was already a question yesterday on which I don't think we've answered, but we've made some attempts to answer. I just wanted to make a comment on how to finance this just energy transition. And perhaps also maybe to re-emphasize the point Mr. Lorenshola just said. We can't run away from using our fossil fuels and our endowed resources, to finance getting away from fossil fuels. And to maybe use on an example, I was looking at the numbers just yesterday. A country, Australia, has 33%, one-third of our gas reserves, one-third. Australia has 4 times our LNG capacity at 88 million metric tons. We have 22, which means they should be, exporting roughly around 14 BCF. If I own 22, it's 3.5 BCF. I was checking the numbers. 2021 gas revenues though, was about 70 billion USD. So if a country with 1/3 of our proved gas reserves, which we also say could be potentially 600, is doing 70 billion, right? When you look at it in terms of per capita, right? It means we should be doing 12 times because they have 1/3 of our reserves. They're doing 4 times our export, right? Let me just use LNG. It means if we are achieving the same per capita with them, we should be exporting 12 times, or we should have an LNG export capacity of 12 times Australia, right? So that's one way to raise money, right? And the world now needs gas. Europe is running towards for gas. So I completely agree with the concept of using gas for development, and we must do. But maybe this is an opportunity to also further exploit this resource, right? And use this money to finance this transition, which we have all agreed is very expensive and requires a lot of funding and may not be readily available for us to, or may not be from the developed world. So thank you.
Chris, can I just add to that? So just to support you, Olga. And indeed, there are models around that have been discussed, and some have actually passed pilot stages. The Moroccan line, this is the Nigeria-Morocco pipeline. One of the things that is being discussed is around swap arrangement, okay, whereby you basically just commit gas for a very, very long time, and they basically fund it today. They won't give you the money. They put the money on those pipelines straight, and then you just continue until you pay back. I remember when the Vice President was in New York a few months ago, he was talking about debt for energy type of, all sorts of things. There are some little arrangements that people are looking at in terms of Because really, no matter how much pressure you put on these top 20 emitters in the world, they can't release more than maybe 20-30% of the money. So you just have to find other sources and other models of actually financing these climate actions. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Two questions. One, oil is a necessary ingredient to take us to the next level.
Absolutely.
We need to fund it.
Yes.
The next level we are going, we need to fund it. So there's going to be competition. Luckily, at this time, oil has an advantage because the earning power of investing in oil is significantly higher than investing in renewable. DK, it is all about energy security.
Yes.
But prioritization interests, and I said it yesterday, love your neighbor as yourself. Energy security is an issue with those who have the money to fund it. How do we balance these competing interests in this value creation requirement for intergenerational sustainability of life? We have energy security problem, they have energy security problem. We have available resources, we don't have money to fund it. How do we balance it? It's called optimizing mutuality of interest. This is where governance comes in. How will you advise the government to put things in place so that the mutuality of interest is balanced?
That's a good question.
Okay, because I've not thought through this deeply, I have actually been poring over that problem, yeah? And there seem to be some initial simplistic answers, but it's a little more detailed than that. So, Europe and the developing world, a lot of them, or developed world, needs energy. Yeah? You can see that clearly from what is happening with Russia. They will probably turn to Africa because Africa has a lot of those resources. But how do we do an equitable trade with them? Because although at the center of the climate change discussion is energy security, they will want to behave otherwise, as if there's also a real climate change agenda. So playing that game with them would require that if we can deliver, I mean, the abundant resources we have is gas. What we don't have for gas is actually the infrastructure is lacking, and actually the producers of gas have not developed a lot of gas. You know, you keep hearing that we're producing how many BCF of gas per day. A lot of that gas is associated gas. It's not actually targeted, non-associated gas developments. So, if the West wants an energy security conversation with us, it will be about what they can provide for us to unlock those gas resources. Okay? And so that's one aspect of that conversation. The other part of the conversation is, and I'm trying to link it to what Mr. Olonshaw talked about, debt. You see, Nigeria owes quite a lot of money, and mostly to Western financial institutions. In that mechanism of trading resources and they're investing, yeah, we can use that same mechanism of utilizing our resources to affect the debt payment structures. So that negotiation will include our debt. So if we leave it alone and say, just come and invest in infrastructure and we'll do a trade-off and send you resources, that's not enough. We want to be unburdened from the debt burden that we currently carry so that we can utilize some of our earnings for something else. Yeah. Now, the climate change trigger on that part is that some of the investments that they will make, that trade-off that they are making for which we supply them gas resources, they must be able to provide us some funding from that mechanism. So maybe I just use a couple of numbers to help with this problem. Supposing they invest $1 billion in infrastructure, okay? And basically, of course, the amount of gas we'll deliver on $1 billion of infrastructure in terms of the revenue it will generate will be in multiples of that. So we can quickly, if you ask me, over a 5 to 10 year period, pay back from those gas resources for that investment in the infrastructure. In that process of paying back, remember that the gas is still ours. So by the time we've paid back for that infrastructure and guaranteed them energy security, there are revenues that will come to us. And within that revenue structure, if there is a way of them to provide us, a stream of loans ahead of those revenues. I don't like the word because sometimes what the government does is they mortgage our future. But I don't want that mortgaging of future. I want it tied to some metrics that we agree on, because the infrastructure is there, the resources are there as well, that enable us to borrow upfront from that pre-investment that they've made for us to start the transition, the just transition in renewable energy. So if you ask me, that is kind of constructs, that I think would work to address their energy security challenges, our own resource challenges, because our resources are in the ground, and also the ability for us to get the funding to transit. Like Mr. Lonshola said, you see that $100 billion that they committed to? Yes. Only 27 billion, I mean, he was right, it's about 20-something%. They have only paid out about 27 billion. So it is clear that they will never meet that target of $100 billion, and there has to be some other mechanism by which we can solve their problems and also get funds to try and solve our own problems as well. Lastly, sorry about continuing that way. You see, those resources that are targeted for export, I hope it is understood that that infrastructure must also deliver for what? Local consumption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ogachike. So we'll take maybe one more question before we wrap it up, because we're behind the schedule. Any more? Okay, no more. So I will just wrap up. Just basically do a quick rundown of some of the insights and real education that we received here today. So thanks to all the panelists. So basically, I mean, when we started, it was Mr. Lawrence telling us about the need to have our own focused African regional COP. Basically, we need to have, we need to be able to have some seed investments that brings us to a basic economic level by leveraging on the energy that we have. In terms of the divide of carbon pollutants, Africa has a very small percentage in terms of contributing to that. So we haven't even tapped into the energy that we're far behind, right? And we got into the session with Chike, and it was how do we transit and sustain? And then Chike went on to elaborate that African countries need to leverage on gas as a transition fuel, and that, look, all of the discussion around energy transition is anchored more around energy security, as evidenced by what we're seeing by the whole Russia-Ukraine crisis, and how countries are going back to crank up their coal generators. So it tells you that when faced with an existential challenge, all of the talk around climate change flies out the window, and everybody goes to where they can grab the energy from. And then when you look at smart countries like Norway tells you, don't worry, we support the transition, but please let's make a little more money from our oil, right? And that's the same thing Saudi is doing. And faced with being kicked out of office, even US is ramping up oil production. So basically, the summary is Africa needs to own its own narrative, right? We need to generate, not just generate, and consume. It's the consumption that has a multiplier effect on the economy, right? And gas is the most, we have that in abundance, right? So, but then the transition comes at a huge cost. And I mean, we talked about investments of up to 100 billion, right? And that is what we need to get in. And then we heard about what the wonderful things that Walter Smith is doing in investing in, an energy and innovation park, technology park. The refinery is up and running, and I know there's a phase 2 that's ramping up. They're planning to build a gas plant, and they're also going into petrochemicals. It's all of this being done in a sustainable manner, right, and ensuring that it's profitable, and the profits from that can then begin to help you spin off your renewables and accelerate the transition. And then we talked about being able to leverage on these sustainable and green investments to gain some level of carbon credits. And the push should be really towards carbon neutrality. So, and that was that. So, thank God basically expounded on the focus on net zero, and we should look at creating organic pathways defined and driven essentially by energy access, because we have very poor energy access in Africa, right? And he again talked about the issue of establishing organic gas value chains, but this time leveraging on gas technology and innovation, right? And then he talked about what technologies we can leverage on, like IoT, that can help us do better greenhouse gas accounting, and how we can leverage all of this technology to accelerate gas monetization and make the whole gas flare program successful, because that's one thing we seem to be struggling with. And then basically talked about the role of academia and research institutes, the role of policies, and the need to establish energy venture financing. And basically, we then talked about the elements for that viable transition, creating the framework. And we talked about the quantum of investment that's required. And Mr. Lorja talked about a 1.9 trillion war chest needed to fund the whole transition, right? Talked about the need for us to have very clear policies backed up by legislatures that work, records that work, and plans that are workable, actionable, specific, time-bound, tracked, and properly resource-loaded. And we talked about, is there really a clear path towards establishing independent financing for Nigerian businesses and for African businesses, right? We talked about the need for government to step away from businesses and let private concerns run these businesses profitably. We gave the example and the differences between the telecoms, or the differences between the IOCs and the NNPC, where year on year the IOCs declare profit, and much of the labor that you see driving the local, the investments into local industry are derived from the IOCs. Meanwhile, in NNPC, we know some of the challenges and stories that we get.
Thank you, Chris.
So just to finalize, we talked about impediments, and we talked about the need for people, the training that's required, the need for research centers, infrastructure, and then Chike added the bit around, can we connect more with, our natural environment, simple ways of living, energy conservation, energy efficiencies. And to wrap it up, Mr. Olorushola said, we do have the people, but essentially, we have to use what we have to start that journey. Yeah. So thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive summary. Thank you very much. A round of applause for the panel, please. Please stand for a photo. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a photo. Yeah.
Thank you very much to our panelists and moderator, and to all our participants for, this is now about 4:30 p.m. We started about 10 a.m. this morning. Thank you for staying with us. We have one final session, and that is with Ife Malo. Thank you very much. Another round of applause. So we have one final session. It will be brief with Ife Malo. Ife Malo is currently in Egypt at COP27. She is currently on. Please confirm that she is on. It's Finance Day at COP27, and we just wanted to get her views and perspective of what's been going on in Sharm el-Sheikh. Ife?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello, Ife. Good evening. How are you doing today?
Very well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Okay, so let's get into it. Yesterday you were on as well. You set the scene, spoke about the major priorities, the voices that are present in the room, and we know that today is Finance Day. There's been a lot of focus on adaptation financing and ensuring that Africa is able to build systems and infrastructure to withstand the effects of climate change. There have been a number of sessions today. Can you just share with us, any key takeaways or highlights from the sessions that took place today?
Thank you, Ifoma, for having me. Today has also been a very interesting day, very intense. The climate negotiations are at its peak because this is the, I think, fourth day. It started on Sunday, so this is the fourth day. There are 4 or 5 things that I think are emerging from the conversations that happened yesterday and that led into the conversations today.
Okay.
And I was listening to the last panel very carefully and all the interventions they made. And I think one of the things that is resonating very strongly with African countries and that is being channeled by African leaders is that Africa cannot bear the financial, social, psychological burden of the climate emergency. And they say that it's just not just. So when we talk about energy transitions, that has been a big statement here, a big debate here about, what kind of energy transitions are we talking about, especially in light of what has happened since the Ukraine war and the energy crisis that we're seeing in a lot of the Western countries, especially across Europe. Also, the other thing I think that has come up is that, African leaders are saying that they want a just transition. And that very strongly, they've also come out to say that they think that Western countries should begin to make better commitments and more commitments, more financial commitments to making this transition just. There are questions of financing industrialization. So there's been a lot of talk around green financing for green industrialization. But there needs to be meat to that bone. And there's a lot of debate about what that means for countries, even like Nigeria, that are not yet developed or that are not as economically buoyant as countries in the West. So the energy transition and just transition is one. Today, we also heard a lot about loss and damages, which also plays into the finance team. So what that is that there's a lot of indigenous countries where you have indigenous communities, especially in the US and Canada, but most especially in Sub-Saharan Africa and the West Indies. And what those countries are saying is that, when it comes to loss and damages occasioned by climate change, because these countries and these communities that are most impacted had very little to do with it, that Western countries should maybe bear a greater burden in those sort of paying for those losses and for the damages. Now, we don't know whether the Western countries would agree. I doubt that they would. But what this is doing, it's giving a lot of leverage for countries that are economically disadvantaged to negotiate better commitments from Western countries and to begin to look at some of that adaptive financing that we've been talking about. Then there are 2 other things I would focus on here. It's the sense you get in the room today is the fierce urgency of now. A lot of the reports released this week or even last week shows that we're way above the 1.5 degrees ceiling when it comes to the emission standards. And now we're hearing about 2 degrees ceiling. And this is really a crisis from what the scientists have said. So what that then means is that it's not just financing, but it's also behavior, people making commitments and then meeting them that has to change, and that has to be an action point. So after COP26, there were lots of financial commitments that were made, and many countries, especially the Western countries, did not meet those commitments. And this is then becoming a huge bone of contention for a lot of the less developed countries. And lastly, there's a huge focus around carbon markets. How do we define a viable carbon market for sub-Saharan Africa was a theme that we heard today. And so you're going to be hearing things around carbon capture, carbon sequestration, carbon trade-offs, carbon investments, and carbon trading. But this also gives Africa a great opportunity because with less emissions, what this whole carbon market means is that Africa is able to trade off and sell its ability to have less emissions to countries who are greater emitters, to have that offset. So it's like a trade-off. What the pricing and the investment dollars will be to that is something that Africa is negotiating very strongly. And a lot of the chief negotiators for the African countries had a meeting today at COP where they're trying to define what the African carbon markets will look like, because it's actually going to be a huge market. It has a potential for hundreds of billions of dollars from some of the numbers that were mentioned today. Let me stop there and see if you have other questions.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's good to hear all of those points because a lot of the conversation in this room has been around how we can actually take charge of our own narrative. And it's good to hear that the leaders in Africa are making these demands. I just want to touch on that last point because I did see that the African Carbon Markets Initiative was launched yesterday.
Yes.
And yes, so they're saying that that could be, it accelerates economic development, simultaneously curb greenhouse gas emissions. Just wanted to get your thoughts on whether this can be a game changer for Africa, given where we are now. And another part of that is, what do we need to do to benefit from this initiative? What does Africa need to start doing?
So this is such a great question, Ifoma. Because it's such a new area for the continent, especially for sub-Saharan Africa, I think one of the first things we need to think about is how to get educated on what the current carbon markets look like. We can't go into these negotiations blindly. And I was a bit comforted to hear a lot of the African negotiators saying that they would take this back, take some of the comments and some of the ideas that have been put on the table back to go and do some consultation. It's also important to note that the African Continental Free Trade delegation is here as well, and they're parts of this conversation. But you're right that there's a lot of evidence to show that this, Africa competing or participating in this carbon markets can definitely unlock a lot of opportunities for her. We've seen this in other countries where it's happening because it gives the opportunity for us to develop. When we're talking about energy transition and trying to make it just, some of the trade-offs, some of the offsets that we do with this carbon credits is what we then use to leverage more money from the global financial institutions to actually then build our infrastructure, whether it's more airports, more schools, more hospitals, or more roads. One of the things that it's important to note when we're talking about this carbon markets is also that a lot of the green financing is now hinged on carbon markets. So it's important that our finance and investment technocrats are informed about what this carbon markets is looking like, so that when people are raising money, when enterprises are raising money to do projects in Nigeria, and they tell you that you can access green financing, you even understand what it is that you're getting into, and you're able to negotiate better deals with those foreign institutions that you're negotiating with. And even for our own local organizations, local financiers, local banks, and because they'll have a part to play in this. A lot of those transactions are going to pass through local banks. Do they understand what this is? Are we even preparing any sort of a standard operating procedure for how this financial flows in the carbon markets would go. So those are the things we need to watch out for on our end.
Yes, thank you very much, Ify. I think that's a fantastic point. The points about education within the local markets, it's fantastic. I think I'll just wrap up with maybe a final question. And it's really around, the vision of COP27. I think Africa went in there, talking about all the plans, and they're saying that these are the plans that we have. And they wanted to move from plans and promises to actual implementation and programs. So has there been any major program or implementation around any programs that have been implemented in what you've seen so far? Has there been any tangible actions, or is it still just, the promises and the talks?
No. So there are lots of working groups. So the way this works is with COP, there's always a lot of negotiations. So there's been all these agreements that have been made in the past. People, with this current COP, there's a lot of review of those commitments and a lot of renegotiating them, with each party coming with its own list of demands and saying, this is what you didn't do well with the last commitments, or this is how you did not meet the last commitments. And then there are working groups who are then hammering out those implementation plans. But what I have seen is that we have a lot of young people, young Africans for the first time at COP. And it's been very heartwarming because you have seen them being part of those conversations and making strong submissions in some of the panels that I attended, some of the sessions that I attended, about what this means to them and why there's a fierce urgency of now. And you hear that strident call from young people saying, we need to act today, we need to act now, and offering themselves up to be part of committees to push this conversation beyond talk. So in the working groups, people are getting together to say, hammer out the implementation plan. And at the sub-regional and regional levels, I think then they will now talk about how to take those forward. And I should say that for the first time, we have a youth pavilion at COP, which is a great win for young people, because now their voices are front and center in terms of what's going to happen for their future.
Yes. Thank you so much, Ify, for your time and for sharing your insights and thoughts about the session. A round of applause, please. Enjoy the rest of it. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We are about to round up. We've been here since 10 a.m., like I said. I'll just do a quick run through all the sessions today. Apart from the last panel, we've had a very comprehensive summary of that, so I will just run through the rest. We spoke in the morning about the role of law and policy in charting a course to a sustainable future. The panelists highlighted the importance of governance and a pricing framework, and really what that does is it creates an enabling environment for us and for investments. We also spoke about the role of renewables, and a panelist mentioned RIDS, so that I like that acronym, that our path to sustainable energy has to be realistic, integrated, decentralized, and scalable. We also demystified the facts about the affordability of the renewable space, right? It's not expensive, right? There are business models that can be accessed for renewables, so that was demystified. We moved into the gender panel, which was very interesting. We had the ladies in the room just talk about why we need women in this sector and the effects that would have if we actually have women in the room. So basically, everyone was of the view that yes, it's societal norms, but the charge was to look beyond those societal norms and actually move forward to include more women in the energy space. We went into technology and just spoke around the key aspects, talking about data and research and how this can enhance collaboration in the space. I think that those were the major points for me. I think all in all, it has been a fantastic session, a lot of insights. I think we delved deeper. So yesterday it was more broad and macroeconomic, but today we delved deeper into the key issues, and they do cut across. And so really, the charge from the Institute is really just to move forward. We work in this space. I work in this space. I'm not an MC. I actually work in this sector, so I'm very passionate So it's really for us, take these conversations into our organizations, with our discussions with government so that we can move this industry forward. It has been my absolute pleasure to chair this conference. And I will just call on Yewande Adeosi to give the vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
What a past 2 days, and we still have one more day. So it's actually not the end of the conference. We have one more, how do we call it? Diversity Day, that's what I'm calling it, because tomorrow has to do with our young professionals and also our women in energy. So majority of these sessions are actually strictly by invitation. So if you would like to join any of these sessions, feel free to talk to me or any of our planners around the room. I'd like to start off by thanking our chair for the day, Ifoma. Thank you very much. You made this session, you made the entire session interesting, and I always like to. We cherry pick our chairs, and the reason why is because they sort of like hold things together. And majority of our chairs for the past few years have been ladies intentionally, because there's something strong about us putting things together. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. So Ifoma, thank you very much for supporting us. Thank you for being the backbone of today's conference. We thoroughly enjoyed it. A round of applause for Ife, please. Thank you very much. So this is the section where we all just relax and just think about all the conversations we've been having, but at the same time, network with all your colleagues in the industry. We're about to start the dinner now. I know some drinks are already going round, and I think we have some on my left here. So you're not allowed to leave. I've told them to lock that door. So can you please make your way to the dinner section, which is just right behind me. As I said, the conference is not over. Tomorrow, we're celebrating our young professionals and also our women in energy. Before I go, I have to thank our sponsors. We have NNPC, General Electric, we have PCTS, we have RIAN, OVH, Niger Delta, we have Seplat, and we have Walter Smith. Thank you very much for sponsoring us. The event is about to begin, so please go next up. Thank you and have a good evening.
Within the next week or two, you need to do something about your generator. Father, Lord, we thank you.